Hello, welcome to the stream. How about that? How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen. Welcome, 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 everyone. Hello, Iguduk, Crazy Wolf, Mutem Mam, Valentin, PS Komsai, Iguduk, Mr. Botka, Itanazov, Knazer, Nerdy by One, John Pun Thong. Hello, hello, Mizi, welcome, welcome, welcome. Really glad to see you all today. So today is a Friday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we're doing a random one-off topic, absolutely random. Hello, DFXXXX7001, Shigiman, hello, hello. So, yeah, today is Friday, and yeah, random one-off topic. So, the topic of today, absolutely random, I just picked randomly, is programming in JavaScript. Yes, we're learning JavaScript. I heard about this language for quite some time. Apparently, recently it became quite popular. And you know me, I'm all about these popular technologies because I want to stay on top of the industry. So I decided to allocate myself some time to finally learn this language. What do you guys think? Is it worth learning? I think it's finally worth learning. So yeah, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just learn by doing things, right? So we're gonna learn by doing things, and I was thinking that maybe we're gonna implement a game. In JavaScript, in a browser, you know, using HTML5 canvas and whatnot. I don't know what is HTML canvas, I don't know JavaScript at all, or any web, so yes, I think we're gonna use something like that, but I don't know what it is. So, yeah, that's gonna be the idea. That's gonna be the idea for today. So, yeah. Cheers, everyone. So, I don't really know what kind of game we're gonna make. Just want to make something in JavaScript in the browser. And one of the things I want to do, I don't want to use any third-party dependencies except browser, of course, if you consider browser a third-party dependency. All right, so let's get started, shall we? Let's get started. How about that? So how should we name our game? So I think we should go backwards, start with the name of a game, and then come up with the game itself. Maybe I don't fucking know. Okay, so I don't even know how to call it. I'm really uncreative today, so maybe I'm gonna just call it JS probe, and then maybe later we can come up with a name for this thing. Okay, so I suppose any web page starts with the HTML, so let's actually create an HTML page, right? So I'm gonna actually open it in Emacs. So hello Null Coffee, welcome to the stream. So let me see how we do that. So I don't want to use XHTML. I think these days you have to use doc type HTML shit, right? That's how we do that, I think. HTML mod. Yeah, boy. I'm pretty sure that's how we do that. Yeah. I don't quite remember. I haven't programmed in HTML for quite some time. I forgot the HTML programming language. So HTML doc type. I usually rely on my snippet. Yeah, I guessed it correctly. It's a doc type HTML. Can you have more like different types here? Can you have JSON in here? And then do something like HTML. Why does it have to be always HTML? Can we do something like that? I think that would be actually pretty cool. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that would be actually pretty epic. Yes. That's a pretty good idea. Look at that. This is probably the most cursed code that you ever seen in your entire life. Okay. The title. You can totally use JSON instead of HTML. Poggers. Yes. Yeah. What's up, Old9? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are you alright? I'm actually quite good, I think. So I just decided to finally learn how to do web development, and so I'm learning. Is this React? Yes, it is a React. I'm gonna tweet that shit, by the way. Because I need some content for my Twitter. I'm supposed to be a content creator, so I have social networks and stuff like that. I'm supposed to put out the content there, and I need to generate some bullshit for the content. I'm sorry, chat. It's just nothing personal. It's just my work. It's just my daily job. Just generating bullshit. I always dreamed of becoming like a internet chat poster, and my dream finally came true. So yeah. Yeah, perfect. So let's continue. So we're not gonna use JSON today because it's not particularly stable technology. So we're gonna actually stick with HTML. So we're gonna stick with HTML. HTML, right? So do we have head? Shit. So it's gonna be HTML. Yeah, you do HTML and you just close the tags and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I don't have any snippets for the tags, do I? I think I need to create like snippets for the tags. What do you guys think? HTML, HTML sister, yeah. Why not Markdown? Doc type Markdown. Hello. Yes. Okay, whatever. HTML. So let me create like a bunch of snippets. A new snippet is gonna be a tag, right? And then I'm gonna do tag. I think it has to be something like this. It's gonna be 1 and then slash 1, and then it should move the cursor here. I think it's a quite convenient way of creating the tags. The tags. So we're gonna create the folders and whatnot. And now, if I try to do something like tag HTML, and there we go. So then tag head. And then we can have a tag body, and there we go. It's quite convenient. But I also want to be able to have like tags that are on the same line. So something like title, right? Title. That will be actually pretty cool. Maybe for that I'm gonna have a separate snippet. So let's create another one. So it's gonna be tag. Let's call it I. So for inline, right? Tag inline, and it's essentially going to be the same thing. So it's going to be 1/1, and then you return to here, right? We're going to save tag I, right? And then I can do something like that. Tag I, title, yeah, hello world. There we go. Not so impressive that you just threw that together in a second. I mean, it's snippets. It's an extension for Emacs. Yeah, snippet. You can check it out yourself. So go. Isn't that amazing? Very amazing. It doesn't even build. You see, their CI is failing, unfortunately. I mean, it's okay, I guess, for a text editor. So, how do we create a canvas? What is the name of the program used to zoom in the screen area? You won't believe, West Eyes. It's called Boomer. It's not a joke, actually. It's literally called like that because it's a zoomer program. So you can find it here. It's written in Nim. Unfortunately, you have to build it yourself. I do not distribute any binaries for this program. So yeah, you have to download Nim compiler and build it and everything. Sorry. Okay, so we need to create a canvas. HTML5 canvas example. Not canvas, canvas. 17 experimental examples of using HTML5 canvas, web effects. Oh my god. Top 10 HTML5 examples to learn to get job at Google. Sorry. Okay, so it's gonna be tag I, it's gonna be canvas, and what kind of properties do you have to have there? So it's gonna be ID, and how should we call it? We should call it a game, right? Or game, and then you can also specify width and height. Would you look at that? So 640 by 480. I think that's a divine resolution that we always should go with. And so then you also can do some borders, it doesn't really matter. And here's the JavaScript, right? So here's the JavaScript that we have to use here. So I wonder if I can put it in a script here. So probably up. Why am I doing that myself? I can always do just something like tag, script, and there we go. Right, so I wonder if it will highlight everything. Nah, it doesn't highlight everything, unfortunately. So even though it's an HTML mode, it cannot highlight the JavaScript in the script text, which is kind of So that means we'll have to create our own index.js. About that. So what's the classical way of writing like an entry point in JS? You just define a function like this, and you just call it like that, and it will be called when it finally loads up. So Ramon, welcome to the stream. Hello. Makes file to be helpful. Yeah, it's actually that. Then we can say something like console. Hola, hello world. You type JS instead of HS again, fix it. No, everything's okay. Specify the language in the script tag. Maybe, I forgot how to specify the language in the script tags, to be fair. HTML script. What language does Tsodin not know? I don't know any language. I keep saying that over and over again. I don't know a single language. The way I program is that I copy-paste code from the internet, from Stack Overflow. So, yeah. Okay, it's type text JavaScript. Okay, so I'm gonna say type. You see, like I didn't know that. I had to Google all of this shit. So I don't know a single language. Guys, what are you guys talking about? I don't know. JavaScript. Yeah, I'm stealing code from W3 schools, exactly. That's literally what I'm using. Oh, by the way, if people will come to the stream and ask, like, what should I read to learn JavaScript, we can always say, like, W3 schools is a pretty good resource, because Tsodin himself is using that website to learn JavaScript. How about that? And also HTML tags and shit. Oh, by the way, I think the follower mode is too huge followers. Let's actually set it to 10 minutes around. I think 10 minutes should be okay. So, and I set up a text JavaScript, and if I try to revert this entire buffer, it doesn't highlight it either, so Emacs is trash. So, yeah, it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. So we'll have to have a separate file, unfortunately, and the reason why we have a separate file is because of my tools. Yes, I base all of my technical decisions on the flows of my tools. Yes. Anabothu, what's up? We're programming in JavaScript. Yes, that's what we're doing. So I want to just write an application that draws something on the canvas. So yeah, src index.js. Cool. Index.js. Emacs trash confirmed. Yes, I'm using Emacs for more than 10 years, and I can assure you with 100% it's a fucking trash. What's funny is that like any person who uses Emacs for a very long time will tell you that it's a fucking trash program. Look at me, look at John, for example. You don't have to ask John twice to tell you that Emacs is trash. But we all cannot just switch from that editor because it's fucking addictive as fuck. Also, I suppose Nico can confirm that Emacs is trash. He also uses Emacs for a very long time. Who's Joe? I said John, not Joe. I mean, Joe is also a text editor. Did you know? Here it is. Here's a text editor. I don't know how to exit it. People say that exiting Vim and Emacs is hard. How do you exit Joe? Yeah, this is how we exit. Who's Nico? Nico. It's the main maintainer of the debugger for virtual machine. If you really want to highlight in HTML for JS, you could look into web. I'm sorry, I looked into web mode. It looks too advanced to me. So I'm very dumb, you know, software developer. So I need something simpler. So it's easy for me to just have a separate file. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's go into index.js. Okay, let me try to open this file now. Okay, and we see nothing. The fuck? I was promised that I'm gonna become an epic web developer. Where is everything? All right, let's take a look at the console. Console, hola, and hello world. Mom, I'm a web developer. Ooh, epic, cool. So let me see how we're gonna do that. So we need to take a look at the canvas example. So I'm gonna open it here. Yes. So first we need to find the corresponding element, right? The corresponding HTML element. React plus Vue when? Like, I don't know. So you don't need React to draw on a canvas. If I do Control F React, there's nothing React and Vue. Yeah, so we don't need React and Vue to draw on a canvas. So I don't think we're gonna use them. So I guess maybe somebody doesn't know, but you don't need these libraries to draw things on the screen. You just don't. You can just draw on the screen. Nobody's forbidding you to do that. It's just a small secret that nobody will tell you, but you don't have to use them. You just don't have to. Okay, so yeah, first we need to find the the tag. So we're gonna use document object, and we're gonna get element by ID. And I forgot the name of my canvas. I think it was called game or something. So, and I don't know how I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna probably call it canvas. Canvas, and there you go. Here is my canvas. After that, I need to create the context, right? So it's gonna be context, canvas, get context 2D. Why did I call it canvas? All right. So and now I can do context move to 0, 0, right? And then we can move to 200, 100, and then we can have a stroke. Alrighty, so and that should work probably. Let's find out. It didn't. Yay! And it didn't even crash or anything. So it simply didn't work. Let me take a look at the sources and JS. Here it is, and it literally didn't work. Maybe this is because it was too. Maybe I didn't set up the color. Line 2. Yeah. Oh yeah, line 2. Thank you. And there we go. I'm learning things. You see, I'm learning. All right. I didn't know that you have to do line 2 instead of move 2. Like I'm doing that for the first time. So thank you so much for helping me. Yeah. Soon we're gonna become an epic web developers. We're gonna get the job at Fang. Oh my god. Yes. It's absolutely fucking epic. Cheer, by the way. Cheers. Context should be const. Yeah, probably both of them should be const. So do I understand correctly that const means that they become compile time values, right? Because that's how usually it is in all of the languages that I know, right? You put const there, it becomes compile time value, and it enables compile time evaluation, right? So I guess that's what it means. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I really like compile time evaluation. Oh shit! Look at that, bruh. Look at how pixelated it is, and oh my god, Oh my god, that's amazing. That's amazing. But unfortunately, the size of the canvas is not that. Right, so the size of it is 640 and 480. Check out now, and Emacs 27 highlights JS and HTML by default, but Debian is only 26, so no highlight for you. Oops. Ooh, what's this? Okay. So yeah, we need to somehow extract the size of the canvas thingy. So I wonder how can I do that. If I do document, I really like how you start typing document and it actually highlights everything, showing you the document. That's kind of interesting. Okay. All right, and then you can do game, right? Game, and here is my canvas, right? So it's actually an element, right? It's actually an element. And if I take a look at canvas, can I take its width? Oh shit, I can. So here it's width and height. I can just extract the shit from there. Isn't that amazing? Web is amazing. You can just grab the node and extract the information. Okay. So, and that's exactly probably what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna just introduce const width. And it's gonna be canvas width, and we're gonna replicate this stuff with height as well. Cool. So now I can just set width and height in here, right? And if I refresh, now it is drawn according to the size of the canvas, and I can modify the size of the canvas here, canvas like this, and it will be automatically restretched. Where were you when people first learned JS? Who are you talking about? I was in the toilet. I don't know. Okay, cool. So, how are we gonna organize all that? So maybe we need to organize some sort of like event loop. Maybe we need to learn how to draw more things, like drawing a circle. So we can also draw a text, but I want to be able to draw, just fill a circle. So maybe that's exactly what we need to Google up, chat. HTML5 canvas fill circle. Event loop in JavaScript, yes. I mean, JavaScript has its own built-in event loop. Did you know that? So you have to do that through an arc, which is not particularly convenient, but maybe we can work with that. So fill style green and then fill. So you definitely need to use this arc thingy. Let's take a look at it. So what are the arguments? They don't really tell me the arguments. So x and y are the x coordinates of the circle. All right, so I'm gonna just do that then. So maybe I'm gonna also comment it out. So we'll see how that goes. Context, arc. So the position is gonna be actually half of a width and half of a height, right? So I want these things to be a center for the circle. Then the radius. All right, okay, I'm gonna specify the radius, and the radius is also gonna be a constant. It's gonna be 69. Let's actually set it to 69. And then we have S angle, starting angle in radians 0, and ending angle. Can I actually make them both 0? Can I not specify them at all? Because I know in JavaScript you can omit some of the parameters, right? So you can have a function ABC, and you can straight up just not ever even call them, right? So we can even try to demonstrate that. Log. So you can have A, B, and C, right? A, B, and C. And then we can put that in here, and if you try to do something like 10, 20, 30, it will print 10, 20, 30, but you can just call f like this and it will just print 3 undefined. So yeah, and the question is, so that's not the question. The real question is, does mother flipping arc handle undefined? That's a good question. So let's assume that it does. All right, and let's see what's gonna happen. So after that, we can... Oh, we have to like begin the path or something, but I don't like that. Okay, so let's begin the path. Context begin path. Begin in the path. Then I do the arc. Then I set the fill style. For some reason I have to do that. Context fill style. Let's actually say it's gonna be green. So here's the green fill style, and I'm just gonna do a fill. So it's gonna be context fill. That should be enough, hopefully. Hopefully that should be enough. Let's actually refresh everything, and it didn't work. Let's see where it fails. It failed because undefined. Execute arc, 5 arguments required, but only 3 present. Yes, it does not handle undefined, unfortunately. Does not handle undefined at all, even though that would make sense, but it doesn't. All right. All right. Now, let me see. So we have to provide these weird things. So we have to provide 0 to mathpy. Can I provide like 0 to both of them? Right, so that'll be actually kind of cool in my opinion. 0 to both of them, and then I'm gonna put false in here. Will that produce something? It didn't produce, so maybe I have to do something like 0 to multiply mathpy. So, and it worked. Yes, so to have a full circle, we have to specify 0 to mathpy. Thank you. Very cool. To be fair, I don't really like to, you know, do this shit all the time. So what I rather prefer doing is to have a function, fill circle, where I can provide the coordinates of the center, x and y, and the radius, and just use that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. How everyone's doing, by the way? Does anyone have any questions so far about our JavaScript learning journey? So yeah. Does anyone learning JavaScript right now along with me? I was intrigued when I read the title. Well, it's just a regular Sojin title. A lazy evaluation then. Well, this is kind of a lazy evaluation, isn't it? So I postpone this expression and then I force this expression, so it kind of works. I'm learning JavaScript right now. What a coincidence! Nice. I wish you luck with your, you know, JavaScript inventor. Why width don't work in console but worked in file for me? I have no idea. By the way, I want to make a cup of tea. So I'm drinking just a regular tea right now, and this is a new pack that I'm opening. This is a regular tea, not Earl Grey. So I usually drink both regular and Earl Grey from time to time. So yeah. Let's quickly open up the bag. While I'm making a cup of tea, feel free to ask any question about, you know, JavaScript, programming, learning, and stuff like that. So maybe you want to ask something. I'm doing it Reducer, but I have no experience in JS coding. Same. I also have 0 experience with JavaScript coding. I'm also learning right now, so a lot of things don't work for me too. So yeah. Hey, it's how to be successful in game development. You should not forget to save your JavaScript files, and that's how we become successful in game industry. In web development industry, we are not game developers, we're web developers. Right now, at least, we haven't started developing the game yet. So. Is it for some projects or just for fun? I want to work at Google, so that's why I'm learning JavaScript. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's for a project. I just want to work for Google and become rich software developer. So yeah, unfortunately, at Google they all program in JavaScript, and I don't know JavaScript, so I decided to learn it on the stream today. Okay. Gulag. Yes, it's a Soviet programming language. Gulag. Run your programs in a safe, isolated jails. Safest programming language on planet Earth. Oh, programming language. Anyway, so all right. So I'm gonna put tea leaves into my vessel. Would you please to explain the syntax on line 4? Okay. So you mean this one? Oh, it's just a lambda, right? So this is like a fat arrow lambda. So this is a function. It's actually equivalent to just this, right? But simpler, I think. How do you do that? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So it's equivalent to this, but shorter. And then you just call the function. That's pretty much it. It's like an anonymous function, but with a shorter syntax. So yeah. There's some weird stuff with this when you use one on. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Why do you insert func in breaks? Because if I don't, I think it doesn't work. Let me see. Let me try to do that. So if I remove these things, yeah, you see, it says that I cannot do that. And if I refresh the page now, yeah, it's a syntactical error. If you want to define anonymous function and then call it, right? So you will have to do it like that. So yeah. Does it make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Pepega parser, yeah, it is what it is. It is a Pepega parser, but I mean, it's okay. It's okay to be Pepega sometimes. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on my kettle to boil up some water for the tea, and I'm gonna be back. It's gonna be super fast. You won't even notice that I'm not there. Just look at that source code and try to understand it. Try to meditate on it. The more you do that, the better you will learn JavaScript after I come back, of course. Okay. Okay. So let's continue. What I want you to do, I want you to actually extract this thing to a separate function, so I don't have to do this kind of shit all the time. Right, so yeah, I have to provide the context, so that means I probably have to put the context here. Yeah. So, and then this entire thing will become X, and this is going to be Y, and there we go. So that's pretty straightforward. Maybe I also want to provide a color, maybe somewhere here. And maybe we're gonna even have a default color, so maybe you don't have to define anything. So we're gonna use green as the default color because it's the least creative color, right? I would say that a green is not even a creative color, but it is what it is. So we're gonna fill the circle with the context. So the position is gonna be width divided by 2, then height divided by 2. The radius is gonna be the radius equal to 69, as you can see, and we're not gonna provide the color. And if I try to refresh this entire stuff, as you can see, it works. But now if I change the color, for example, to red, it will become red. And this looks like a Japanese flag. Yeah. Almost. So yeah. What you talking about green, Mr. Streamer? Well, it's a reference to an old meme called "Don't hug me, I'm scared." So that's what I was referring to. So the joke there is that green is not a creative color. So let's continue. Cool. Now we can actually draw several of such circles, I suppose. Maybe the next thing would be to try to animate the this entire thing. So we usually do that through set time out, but I do remember that in JavaScript, there is like a thing that is called on the like a next frame. So JS next frame something something. Request animation frames. Yes, I know it. I fucking remember it. Yeah. And people call me a boomer. Anyway, so my tea is ready. I'm gonna quickly pour it. Window request animation frame. So what do we got? So we have to provide the callback. So a method tells the browser that you wish to perform an animation and requests that the browser calls a specified function to update an animation before the next repaint. The method takes a callback as an argument to be invoked before the repaint. So you should call this method whenever you're ready to update your animation on screen. This will request that your animation function be called before the browser performs the next repaint. The number of callbacks is usually 60 times per second. Okay, so it's basically 60 FPS, but will generally match the display refresh rate in most web browsers as per W3 recommendation. Call paused in most browsers when running in the background tabs and hidden blah blah blah. So is it possible to know like a time difference somehow? So yeah, you have a timestamp, right? Usually you have a step and timestamp. Oh, and you maintain. Okay, so basically you maintain delta time yourself. All right, so that actually makes sense. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's do that. Let's try to implement this entire thing. So maybe I should keep track of all of these things I'm using. Yeah, so I'm gonna actually maintain like a README with the references, right? We're gonna have a list of references. So it's gonna be this. So this one is quite important, right? And another one was about HTML canvas, I'm pretty sure. So this one is not that important, but where is the HTML canvas? This one, well, maybe that one is quite important. So, and another one was what? Yeah. Another one was this thing. So I'm gonna actually keep resources for people who want to learn along or something. Okay, so we need to define a function that will do a step function. Come on, do the joke, chat. I believe in you. I already lost everything, so I think I'm gonna close this entire thing. And yeah, here we go. So it's gonna be timestamp. So we also maintain some sort of a start. Not sure if it's particularly useful, but we can probably do that. So let me do that within this entire thing, right? So because I want to put all of this thing in a closure, right? So I want to put them in a closure, and we're going to have let start, which is initially undefined. And if start is undefined, right? If it's undefined, I'm actually defining it. Yeah, I say start equal timestamp. Alright, this equal time step, and then we can calculate elapsed time. And the question is, elapsed time in what? In milliseconds or in something else? I'm not quite sure. So maybe it actually returns. Yeah, we can probably log it. Stop the animation after 2 seconds. Nah, we're not gonna stop anything. Window request animation frame, and then we have to do that here as well. Right, the thing I want to do now, I want to actually spam the elapsed time and see what's the measure units are there. You know what I mean? Just to see what's going on there. I think it's going to be very useful. So now I'm going to put this entire thing here. Where is my console? And I'm going to refresh it. And okay, so this is very interesting. I think I did a fucky wacky chat, and maybe potentially even oopsie doopsie. Let me do it like that. I'm gonna just refresh it, and so it doesn't spam in the console yet again. So I'm not saving start after the animation. I think that's what I need to do here. So if it's that, yeah. Huh? And, well, that's a very strange way of doing this thing. So maybe I'm gonna just do that and then set... the timestamp like that always? No. Yeah. So... what I'm thinking about is that I want a cup of tea. You can watch a value of a variable using I icon. I don't have an icon here. Wait a second. Let me try. Is that one? I can watch it with that one. Always save start if you want data time. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm about to do. Depends on if you want the time elapse since start. Thank you. That's a very useful information. Thank you. That's pretty cool. It's just the thing I want to do depends on the things I want to do. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah. I'm just pouring a cup of tea. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say. Remember, chat. The thing that you're supposed to do depends on the things you want to do, right? Cheers. It tastes like nothing, because it's not Earl Grey. I also drink tea without anything. Without sugar, without milk, anything. It's just like a regular tea. Cool cup. It's a ho club. Cup, not club, cup. But maybe we are club. Who knows? Okay, so this is gonna be elapsed, and you want to do the following thing. You want to kind of save the start after you did the thing, and now we can take a look at the differences. Yeah, opening and existing. This is not what I wanted actually. All right. So where is my hello world? Where is my hello world chat? And there you go. These are milliseconds. I do recognize that 60 FPS is 16 milliseconds. Yes, it's 16 milliseconds. What's interesting is that, like, it's funny how I recognize that number. It's just funny how I recognize it. So that means if I want this entire stuff to be in seconds, I have to multiply that by 1000. Right, so I need to multiply that by 1000. Yes. And if I take a look at this stuff, I'm gonna refresh it and actually divide by... Yeah, divide by 1000. You see, I'm learning, okay? I'm learning things, alright? I'm learning. So, yeah. Or maybe I can also multiply it by 0.000, you know what I mean? Like this, 1000th, and Yeah, there we go. So now we have that. Now we have that, and we can use that quite easily for animations using measure units like something per second, like pixels per second and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. So we organize our own event loop. That's amazing. Okay. So I want to actually put the comment it out and forget about it. Frame dependent speedrun struts incoming. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we're gonna enable. Alrighty. So and definitely we're gonna actually update the screen. Right. We're gonna update the screen. We also need to keep track of the position of the circle. So we're gonna start with width divided by 2 and height divided by 2. Right, it's gonna be something like height. So, and then I'm gonna go here and replace X and Y in here. FPS per second is another one. It's a frames FPS per second. That's what it is. So yeah, it's quite important metric in game development. Frames FPS per second. Did I set hate? Okay, damn it. So, alright. Cool. So this is X and Y. We need to define the speed of the circle, right? So it's gonna be something like let dx and dy. So, and what's going to be the speed? Let's say it's going to be 100 pixels per second. How about that? It's going to be 100 pixels per second. So maybe we need to introduce some sort of like a math library with vectors and stuff. Frames per FPS per second. Yes. What are you writing the code? Where are you writing? I'm writing it in a Visual Studio Code. So yeah, so it's pretty convenient text editor. I'm not gonna lie, Microsoft is the best. So, and before we're gonna render any of this, I'm gonna be updating this stuff like that. So it's gonna be elapsed, and in the industry we don't really call this thing elapsed, we call it delta time. So I'm gonna literally call it delta time, and I'm gonna multiply it by delta time. And since I already called delta x dx, why not call this thing dt then? Right, so that means it's gonna be y equal to dy multiplied by dt, and then we're gonna just redraw that. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Yes. Oh, and by the way, dx can be const because we're not modifying it 100%. So, and let's try to see what can happen. Oh shit! It's extending. It's extending. Not even moving, but extending. Amazing. So the reason why it's doing that is because we need to clean the screen, right? we need to clean the screen. But again, we're learning, okay? So we're allowed to make mistakes. So what we're gonna do. Canvas feel rect. So let's do a feel erect. Chat, tell me, do you feel erect? So the color probably depends on the field style as well. Alright, so I think it should be pretty straightforward. So the thing we're gonna do is context fill rect. So it's gonna be 0, 0, and we know width and height. We do know width and height, and there we go. That should actually clean it. But the question is, yeah, we need to clean it with the white color. We can use black color, why not? So it probably means I have to do context fill style, and we're gonna say black. There we go. So let me see what's gonna happen. And it's actually pretty smooth. Would you look at that? That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, there's also clear rect. Okay, wait a second. HTML5 canvas clear rect. Oh, that's even better. Thank you so much. Yeah, look at that. We're learning web development. Hell yeah, we're gonna work at Google soon. Thank you so much, Clappy. Thank you. Finally, my dream will come true. Okay. So, yeah, I think it's even better, right? So, because it's specifically designed for cleaning the screen. So I probably don't even have to provide the fill style. It will depend on the background. I wonder if it fills it with like alpha So if I literally change the background of the body, right, all of the whole document, will it also change the background of this thing? I think it will. So let me, yeah, there we go. So I don't have to do that. Clear rect is useful against Coomers? What? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, so let's give it a try. What I want to see. I want to go to HTML and change the style of body. So I'm gonna quickly put like inline style and say background is gonna be black, right? And let's see what's gonna happen if I try to do something. Yeah, so essentially it makes it transparent, right? So it fills it up with a transparent color. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe instead of like black, I can do something like 1818, which is basically the color of the background of my editor. So it looks a little bit brighter. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. The Red Bull can come back after eternity. Well, if the numbers overflow, probably. Wait, better stream compression? You mean with the black background, it improves the compression? Probably. Have you ever messed around with phaser or something like that in JS? I have no idea what is a phaser, I'm sorry. So is that some sort of like JavaScript thing? Now make it bounce like a DVD. This is exactly what I'm about to do on the bot, yes. So this is exactly what I'm about to do. So here's the rendering logic, here's the update logic. And first we need to check some stuff. It's a game engine for JS. We're not using any third-party dependencies, I'm sorry. So the only thing we depend is the vanilla JS API and nothing else. So bounce physics. Okay, so first let's actually check against the right wall. Right, so it's gonna be x and x plus radius. Right, if it's greater, actually we can try to do something like this. If it's greater than width, what we need to do dx equal minus dx. And then the same thing we have to do for y, right? But in case of y, we have to replace width with height, and maybe that will make it bounce. Let's find out. And it got stuck. Okay, interesting. So let me see. So maybe we should do that like equals. Let's try equals. I keep forgetting that in JS all of that is actually integers, so it might become kind of difficult to wrap our head around it. But one thing we can try actually, plus dx or y, right? So if this thing plus that will become greater or equal, so we should definitely switch the sign. So that may help. Doesn't help. Do I make a really fucky-wacky? It will change plus minus every iteration. What? It doing the movement after the collision check. Yeah, that's kind of the point. I think it's quite important to do dx dy. Wait a second. Yeah, the only person who actually, like, not the only, but like, okay, several people actually noticed that. I see. Well, I guess we're learning, right? So this is new knowledge. The language is not shared at all. Yeah, we're learning things. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're gonna work at Google soon. Yes. All right. Okay, so maybe because of that I don't have to do the plus, but if I'm gonna do the plus, I have to still do this kind of thing anyway. Best language, it's amazing. I absolutely love JavaScript. I especially like how much people pay for that language. It's fucking amazing. That makes it the best language I've ever programmed in. Okay, so you see, we don't check the other boundaries, right? I wonder if I can just remove that. Will it still work? I think it should still work. Yeah, it still works. Look at that. That's amazing. Bye, circle. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Okay. So we need to do another thing. So if x is less or equal than 0, then also do the same thing. Actually, minus radius, because we're talking about the circle, right? So we're talking about the circle, so that means it has to be minus radius. And now it's going to be y minus radius, also less than 0, that means we're going to do that. So I might as well also align this thing like that, so it looks beautiful. My god. Oh my god. Alright, so let me see if I try to refresh that, and it's... Or, of course. We see, we're learning. I'm just a, you know, noob in JavaScript, so sometimes I make this kind of stupid mistakes, right? So I don't know how to do like or conditions and end conditions, so we are allowed to make this kind of mistakes, okay? I'm only learning, alright? I'm only learning. Alright, so this is gonna be this, and let's refresh all of that, so that should probably work now. And it's just bouncing around, learn faster. And there we go, here's your DVD logo thingy, yay! But we don't see the boundaries though. We don't see the boundaries. You know what would be cooler? You know what would be cooler? If the canvas was stretched across the whole screen. You know what I mean? If it was stretched across the whole screen. Is it possible to do something like that in CSS maybe? Excuse me? Something went wrong, like when I switched around. Oh, wait a second. Can it not handle it properly? Yeah, something... Oh, wait, I want to wait until it just, you know, gets out of bounds. Oh, it stops the time, probably. It probably stops the time, and then it just literally tunnels through everything. Right, and... Oh, shit. That's cool. So I can look at the variables, right? Expression, and I probably don't even have an expression there, right? So can I look at the x? I don't have x. So I was promised that through an I can see the expressions and shit, but I cannot see the expressions there. So I just create more of them, I see. Okay, so maybe we'll have to deal with that at some point, but the first question is going to be, how can we take the canvas? How can we take the canvas and stretch it across the whole screen? So we can probably use some sort of like a Java CSS magic. CSS full screen. Studying for an interview. Yes, I'm studying for an interview for Google, so I plan to start working at Google soon. So height... Oh, I think it's width and height 100%, is it not? Oh shit, probably. Let's actually try it. So I'm gonna... Can I put 100% like here? And just expect it to work out everything correctly. Oh, it didn't work? So yeah. Alright. So overlay, padding, text decoration. Yeah. CSS. How to make a div full height or... Yeah, this is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. Perfect. So full height div, full height. And yeah, I guess. I see. So you have to make HTML and body 100% of the window, because a percent is relative to the child, right? Percent is relative to the parent. Percent is relative to the parent. So if your parent is small, percent of the parent is also going to be small. 100% of the small parent is small. Math with coding. Anyway, so let's create some sort of like an index CSS and whatnot. Maybe index CSS. Because I want to call everything index. You see, I have index HTML, I have index.js, and I'm gonna have index CSS. Probability with coding, yes. Percent of a small parent is small. Any percent of a small parent is small. Index, yeah, we're gonna have an index, and it should probably have index.md as well instead of readme. Alright. HTML body. We're gonna say that it's gonna be height, but also can I also have a width 100%? That would be actually kind of cool. Width and height 100%. Do I have to separate them by semicolons? Yes, I have to separate them by semicolons. And after that, in index.html, if I say that this thing has to be 100% everywhere here, so it should be 100%. Okay, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Why it didn't work? I'm really curious, actually. So let me see. Okay. So it worked in terms of width. Width is 100%. Oh yeah, includes it. Yes, I forgot. I mean, we're learning, okay? I'm a complete noob in web development, so I may make these kind of mistakes. It's forgivable for me, so please cut me some slack, alright? So I didn't know that you have to include CSS in HTML. I mean, come on. Like, I'm just learning, like, this is my first time. Please be gentle. So, how to include CSS into HTML? Okay. How to add CSS? Okay. It's a link, and then you have to say it's a style sheet. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Index CSS. Now. And oh, that's really interesting. Look at that. Alright, this entire thing is, okay, it's 100% of everything, but the canvas still very small, probably because it's incapable of actually parsing 100% for its width and height, which is extremely interesting. So maybe width and height is not like part of the style and whatnot. That's very interesting. So that means for the canvas we have to use the style. Yeah. So, and maybe because of that, I'm gonna just do a very dumb thing. I'm gonna just say canvas. Canvas is gonna be the same shit in here as well. Just fuck that. And I'm gonna remove width and height. I'm gonna remove width and height, and yes. I know what happened actually. That's amazing. Fucking love it. All right. Oh, I forgot to put a thing in here. Even like my Emacs complains about that. But isn't that amazing? I think it's fucking amazing. It's just like. Learn React and maybe you can get a job. I try to learn React. It's kind of difficult for me. Like, it's just easier for me to use like Canvas API. I think Canvas API is easier than React. I'm sorry. Big round bouncing egg. I like it. So it probably has something to do with like inner HTML and whatnot. So let's try to understand what the fuck is going on here. So it's gonna be index.js. Maybe instead of like width and height, somebody suggested to use inner width and height. Let's try to unleash our inner size. We're gonna be unleashing our inner size, and it's kind of strange. All right, so wait, where is my hello world? Huh, it didn't work at all. So what if I try to print the console log width, console log height? All right, console log width, console log height. Show me what you've got. Console. Both of them are undefined. Inner width and height are undefined. Maybe this is because there's like style and whatnot. Maybe that's what it is. Let me see. So I'm gonna save this entire thing here. I'm gonna call it C, just C. Yeah, we have. All right, so maybe there's a width and height. So width is this, height. There's also client height. It's interesting. It's very interesting that I cannot just set its height to like everything, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Even though like I set it through a CSS, it still sets it to like whatever. Does anyone know how to like stretch the size of the canvas? Okay. Canvas, HTML5 canvas. So your needs to be window inner height. Ah, okay. So let me see. Do I have to set it myself? Really? Do I have to set it myself? Do I have to set it myself? This is actually sad. If I have to set it myself, window inner. Yeah. Okay. So this is a height and inner width. Okay. Let's do this then. Let's do this then. So I suppose what I have to do here is just maybe take a window, right? Window, and then in the canvas, width is going to be equal to width, and height is going to be equal to height. So maybe maybe this is what we're going to do. So I'm just assuming that that's what. Yeah, there we go. We're learning, chat. How about that? We're actually fucking learning. Isn't that fucking amazing? I think it's goddamn fucking amazing. Yeah. It's kind of scuffed because it has like these scroll things, like scroll, and it's also stuck in here, but then it's gotten stuck. Okay. So yeah, it's a good point. Now we need to remove margins and paddings. You know what I actually discovered some like long time ago? There is a pretty cool thing that is called reset CSS. Did you guys know about that? So essentially, it's a very simple CSS that takes all of the known tags and sets all of their defaults to 0. So basically, you start designing your CSS styles starting from scratch without worrying about different defaults in different browsers. But I mean, who fucking cares in 2021? In 2021, we have only one browser, right? The new Internet Explorer of the internet called Chrome. So you don't have to worry about differences between the browsers. There's only one browser anyway. Who fucking cares? So yeah, let's actually use this reset CSS here, so we don't have to worry about this kind of shit. Nice. Okay. So nice highlighting, by the way. And I suppose I should not forget to include that CSS. You see, chat, I'm learning. First time I created a CSS file, I forgot to include the HTML. Second time, I did not forget that. That means I'm learning. Soon I'm gonna become an epic web developer, and I'm gonna work at Fang, and I'm gonna have a lot of money. Holy shit. Yes, finally. Okay, I'm gonna set reset CSS in here, and yeah. Now, let me see. Did I forget? Did I close the? I think I closed the tab. I think I tried to close the tab. So I probably have to open it yet again. Chromium, just open it up, please. And I guess it still have this scrolling shit horizontally and whatnot, but I don't know how to get rid of that. I don't really know how to get rid of that. Okay. And I'm pretty sure it's not really gonna work properly if I start resizing the window. Yeah. So it doesn't reset the size of the context. Yeah. Aha, this one is interesting. So I wonder if we can like resize the context size on each frame. You added an extra char. Where did I add an extra char? In the HTML? Where? I don't see an extra char that would make this situation like this. All right. So did it happen in the rest? Line 5. Okay. So that made it unincluded. I don't know. Oh, and it fixed it. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That actually works. Isn't that amazing? Cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's pretty epic. What exactly? What's going on then? Is everything okay? HTML so Pepega. Well, it is what it is. That's why I proposed to use JSON instead of HTML. So. I'm just checking out my tweet that I tweeted. Has anyone even seen it? Okay, nobody saw it. Whatever. Okay. People liked it. I didn't even expect it. Alright, whatever. So... Sadge? It was black over the black background, 41 likes. What? 41 likes? Okay, I'm gonna check it out later. That could be it. Alright. So, what do we got? I forgot what I was wanting to do. So, inside step function canvas. But look, if I change canvas, do I have to recreate the context? Do I have to do that? That's a good question in my opinion. Because it feels like, can I resize the context like this? Anyway, I think we should just try to change the canvas size and hope for the best. Yeah, you know how I'm gonna do that? We're gonna start with a radius, right? A radius plus some sort of a padding, right? And this one is also going to be a radius plus some sort of a padding. So the radius is going to be const. And what I'm going to do here is just this thing before trying to compute anything else. So this is going to be our approach, essentially. On the resize, even you need to redraw everything plus resize your canvas. Okay. Let me see. Alrighty. Oh, it works. Okay, so changing the size of the canvas also changes its context. I suppose all of the context that it's created or something, but yeah, overall, I think it's working. Yesu! We can probably increase the speed of this entire thing at some point. So to increase the speed, I can even like do something like speed 100, right? So then I can just do speed, and then I can increase it, so I can make it like 5 times faster, and we'll see what's gonna happen. And it pew 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 pew. Okay. So how about 1000? By the way, how to play sounds in JavaScript? Does anyone know how to play sounds? I want to play sounds. So, wait a second. Stop the music. Stop the music. Audacity. Audacity. I'm gonna open Audacity and we're gonna actually record our own sounds. We're gonna record our own sounds. So, where's the monitor of the? Okay, so here's the mic. Here's my mic. I can see it's moving. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna just remove that and just remove that. And I think it would probably make sense to remove that thingy as well. How do you zoom? Yeah, this is how you zoom in there. And I want to actually put it like this. So it's gonna be. I hope it's not too loud, by the way. Okay, so it's actually like scuffed a little bit, but I think that should be okay. So we're gonna export that to wave. That's how we pronounce it, right? Untitled wave. And I'm gonna put it here to the, I forgot where I am. Where's the folder? I forgot everything. JS probe, so it's called JS probe. It would be kind of cool to have like a variation there as well. Oh my god, I'm so prepared. JS probe anti poofed wave. There we go. This is what we're gonna put here. Okay, cool. Now let's continue with the music. So here's the poofed, and if I do mplayer on it, right? I want to take a look at it. It's mplayer. Perfect. JavaScript play audio. How to play audio? HTML DOM audio play. So you can get element my audio and then you can play it. But what is the element my audio? Audio object. Oh, you can literally have like an audio object? Oh shit. Alright, so then I can specify like its source. Does it have a... Yeah, okay, so that's perfect. That's fucking perfect. Alright. Can I just... Audio? Audio, and SRC is gonna be poofed wave, right? Poofed wave. Adding audio to HTML, I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, so if I refresh everything, cool. So the only thing I need to do now in JavaScript, I need to find that magical element. So it's gonna be const poofed. I can probably wanna add an ID to it, so it's gonna be a poofed. There we go. So document get element by ID poofed. Right, and I suppose every time we're switching this one of these things, right? So we're gonna be doing poofed play. And do I have to stop it myself? I don't think I have to stop it myself. So yesu kawaii desu, and yep, poofed play. All right. So now if I try to do that, it didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, so I can already kind of see what's going on. All right, so let's take a look at the console. Play, not a function. All right, so where did I fuck up? So how do you use that? Yeah. Bad tag. Audio object. Wait, you have to create it or something? ID on the wrong element. Don't understand. To script. I see. I see what you mean. You see, chat, I'm learning. I'm new to web development, okay? I'm new to web development. I'm only learning things, okay? I'm allowed to make this kind of mistakes. Just give me some slack. Come on. Yeah, I'm just only learning. Alright? Alright. So let's continue. Cool. And it didn't work. Play failed because the user didn't interact with the document first. That is dumb. And I kind of know why this is happening. I kind of know why this is happening because it cannot play it one more time. So I think we have to do something very stupid, like stop it before trying to play it again. Because I wanted to... Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to like play it every time, but it just doesn't do that for some reason. Okay. So what happened? Stop is not a function. I'm pretty sure I saw stop there, didn't I? So... Oh, pause. No. Okay. Is it often used? Suppose, use control, suppose, seeking. Yeah. It's kind of strange. Like basically, it feels like it doesn't start playing until like again until it finishes. So, so use the controls property to display audio displays. Okay. Maybe before playing, we also always have to reset. Can we set it to the beginning? Can we set it to the beginning? HTML audio reset. So let me close this thing because I don't think it's actually doing any goods for us. HTML, how to quickly stop and restart the clip. Okay. So pause current time. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Current time. Yizu. But yeah. Let's see if it's gonna work. And I think that's gonna do the trick. I'm pretty sure it will do the trick. So let's do it. And it doesn't do the trick at all. Okay, so let's take oh. Why there is such a lag? It's really strange. Like, why there is a lag in playing this thing? Because I'm pretty sure in Audacity I was trying to because JS is slow, yeah, probably. And you also have to interact with it. No, there is still lag. There is a lag between the check CPU, your canvas is burning, probably. Because of the request animation frame. We can try to sleep in there, probably. But yeah, so it's pretty interesting thing. The lag is probably from pausing and sleeping, yeah. Okay, HTML5 fast audio. Is it possible to make it faster? Don't playback rate. How to change the playback speed? There's also playback. I see. Alright, so let's actually get rid of the sounds. Sounds are not really that important, but I'm gonna keep in mind that you can do this kind of stuff, which is pretty cool, I guess. So, Yisu. Now, so where is the audio? Yeah, let's remove that and continue our development. So the next thing I want to do, I want to introduce controls to the game, right? So because we don't have any sort of controls. npm install HTML fast audio, yes. Okay, so how can we interact with this shit? So do we have to use like listeners on key down event and whatnot? I think that's what we have to do. Let me close everything here because I have too many things opened. Okay, so HTML canvas on key down listener. So I want to also find some examples because I'm only learning things, right? I'm only learning and I want to just see how it's usually done. So yeah, you get the canvas, you then add event listener like key down and whatnot. Oh, yeah, it makes sense to add that to the whole document, I think. So you basically add it to the whole document, okay. All right, so let's put it this way: add event listener, and I actually want to find the full signature of this thing. So event target add event listener, okay. So because it accepts different options, and I really want to understand what they are. So you have a type. So you have different events type. What is the list of all the possible events? Okay, so there's a load, online, focus, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And you also probably have somewhere a key down. Yeah, they are. Any key is pressed. Any key is pressed. All right, and speaking of, here's the listener, and what's the type of the listener? So the type of the listener is an event listener. And what's the type of it? Like, what kind of things it accepts? So it accepts the event itself. All right, nothing particularly fancy. Okay, so sure, we can try to do that. So we prepared everything. Yeah, I think it probably makes sense to set up everything after we studied the animation, just in case. All right, add event listener. So add event listener, and it's going to be key down, right? And what we're going to have here, we're going to use a function event. No, we're not going to use that. We're going to use a fat arrow function. That's what we're going to do. Because it's 2021, stop using old ass JavaScript. Stop using fat ass arrow. All right. So yeah, you don't need that. Sure. Perfect. Now, what we're gonna do. So depends on what kind of thing we are pressing. So I actually want to console log this thing just to see what I can do with event. I think it's a pretty cool way of exploring this kind of shit. Yes. I have to reopen it. So it's gonna be Chromium. Let me see, and I'm gonna open console. Hola. And there we go. So we have a keyboard event. So it gives us keyboard event. Bubbles. The fuck? Bubbles. True. No idea what the fuck is bubbles, but okay. You have a key code. Nice. You have a key code. It's kind of funny how he's doing these things there. Shift key and... Okay, so the only thing we probably need is a key code, or whatnot. Look at that down below. What the fuck is it doing there? The circle goes... Anyway. Alright, so... And let's go. Scuffed code. Thank you, Adnan. I really appreciate it. I'm only learning, okay? So imagine telling to a person who's just learning programming that their code is scuffed. You're welcome, yeah, thank you. So what was it? Key code. I think it was key code, not code key. I think it was a key code. Alright. So, and what we're gonna have there. And now we need to know the codes of different things. We need to know the codes of different things. So it's probably gonna be case. And can I do things like that, like S? I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do it like that. Right. Won't be able to do it like that. JavaScript char2 code. Char2 code. Char code at. Okay, so there is a way to do these kind of things. Beautiful. So, well, you say I can, but I'm pretty sure I cannot compare the int code with just literally something like this. I can't believe that because it was integer, right? I won't be able to compare it to 121 or something like that. So you're probably missing a lot of steps that I have to do, right? So, all right, but yeah, maybe. I think I want to make a small break. Case S works? How does it work? It's actually integer, so don't you have to like convert that integer? Because okay, so I'm gonna try to do that. Console log event key code. Let's actually conduct an experiment. Like, it's kind of difficult for me to believe that it will work because like it's an integer. Yes, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Alright, so and let's put it to Chromium, right? So it's gonna be Chromium, and alright, so I put, yeah, you see, these are numbers, aren't they? They're literally numbers. So, and you trying to compare this thing. Well, yes, that's my point, Out9. That's my entire point. People say that it will just work without any extra step. And I'm saying, well, there is probably some extra step. So, yeah, okay, I know about this function. I know about this function, but that's not my point. I'm arguing with a different point. So, yeah, I know. That's basically confirms my entire point. Yes, it won't work. Okay, so key code, there's also code. Okay, people say that there's a code. Oh, okay, this thing might work, but the code actually returns like returns you digit 5, and can you just use key s? Key s is not defined, so which is kind of strange. So the question is, what is code though? What is code though? Right, what is code? What type of is the code, and how do I compare it with? Alright, so we can try to do something. So this is the code, and then we can try to compare it with s and see if it's going to be true or not, right? So you can use key s, but why is it not capitalized? Why is it not capitalized then? Alright, so okay, s false. Yeah, it's false. You cannot compare it with. Oh, well, I mean, you probably have to do it like that. But can you compare it with key s? So this is okay. So okay, it's a string. All right. So this is a string. Well, in that case, well, now I'm convinced that it will work. Sure. So let's actually do it like that then. So is that how I have to do that? Yeah. So that should work. And we tried to do just s, we just tried to compare it with s, and it didn't work, so I don't believe you guys that it's gonna work. So let's give it a try. Key s, and let's see if it's gonna work. So let's do something like poop, right? And see if it's gonna poop. Right? Where's my console? Oh my god, it takes so much time to start the console. Is that because I'm using request frame? I think it's because... Yeah, okay, it works. It's probably because I'm using request frame. It was my favorite until I met Sodding. Why did you stop liking it? Look how amazing it is. You have integers, you have strings that have to compare it. And for example, I'm pretty sure if you make like a mistake here, it's not gonna work anymore, right? I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work anymore. Please tell me. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. So you make a small mistake. Isn't that amazing? Look how amazing it is. Why don't you like this language? I think it's amazing. So yeah, you make a small mistake here and you will waste like hours of actually, you know, debugging everything. So cool. So we have down, and so let's actually do up. It's gonna be W, so this is down, this is gonna be up. And where's my water? I just realized that I haven't drinking too much water lately, and I need to stay hydrated. It is very important, chat, to stay hydrated. Alrighty. So we use WSD. That's what we're gonna use. We're gonna use WSD, and it's gonna be just A, and it's gonna be just D. So A is gonna be left, and D is gonna be right. So depending on what you're pressing, you're gonna be actually moving in different places and whatnot. All right. But now I want to be able to control all of that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, yeah. So initially, we're gonna set the speed the following way. So it's gonna be 0. Let's say that the speed is initially going to be 0, and we're not gonna have any of these mechanics, any of these bouncing mechanics right now, right? So, and I also want to set up the unpressing event, but I'm gonna do that a little bit later. So essentially when I press down, what I want to do, I want to set up the vector of velocity to point down, and it will start you know, moving these things like down, right? To be fair, it's kind of really not convenient to work with like each individual like component there. It would be kind of cool to have a vector 2D as an object that I can interact, well, that I can do all of the mathematical operations on and stuff like that. So maybe this is exactly what we want to introduce here. What do you guys think? I think it would be a pretty cool idea. So let's actually create some sort of a constructor, like make v3, or maybe just v3, right, where you can provide XYZ, and it will create you an object with XYZ fields. And then maybe we can have something like fun add v3, where you would have A and B, and then you would have scale v3, right, function scale v3, where you provide the vector and the scalar, and it will scale that thing, so we can, you know, do all of this stuff, fun stuff, you know what I mean? You can have classes, nah, maybe. Maybe I can have classes. Don't want to have classes, sorry, not in the mood of classes, sorry. Alright, so we're gonna have something like this, y, z. Use classes for extra viewers, but I'm not sure if they will give me extra viewers, to be fair. Okay, so, and then if I want to add a bunch of vectors, what I want to do here is I can do it like XYZ, really, and it will actually work. So let's actually confirm that. So if I have this and 20 C30, and if I do something like this, oh wow, that's actually pretty cool. Nice, thank you so much. So yeah, that's even better. Yesu, it's gonna be XYZ. All right. So and well, maybe because of that. Well, yeah, it also expects the name and whatnot. It has to be like in a very specific name. Okay, v3, and what we're gonna do here is ax plus bx, and we have to repeat that like at least like 3 times, and then we're gonna have y. Well, I mean, we don't have z. I don't know why I'm doing 3D, by the way. Why am I doing 3D? I only need 2D. Right, so, and this one is gonna be 2, and this one is gonna be 2 as well. And let's just actually remove this thing here. So this is a v3, well, this is v2. And scaling is also pretty straightforward. It's v2, vx, vy, and you multiply both of them by the scalar, right? So didn't I make any mistake? I think it's pretty straightforward. Everything seems to be pretty straightforward. But to be fair, maybe with classes it would be easier, because then to add vectors I would be able to do, you know, plus b or something like that. You know what, maybe with classes it would be a little bit better. Let's actually learn something new. Okay, so today is a learning stream, so that means we're learning things, right? So JavaScript classes. And I remember that classes had problems with private members and whatnot, and I'm pretty sure they fixed it at some point. But yeah. So we can have... So we just define a constructor, XYZ, and then you have to do this thing. Let's give it a try. Maybe it's gonna work for us. Alright, so it's gonna be constructor, so XY, and then I can do this, X, and then Y. And how do I have members of the classes? I mean, methods of the classes. How do I add methods? So there's getters for this kind of stuff, then I can okay, so the thing I want to do here is essentially add, where you can add another vector, right? And essentially the result is going to be new. I'm pretty sure this is how we use that. So you constantly create new one, new vector 2, this x plus vx. Oh, I have an idea. Let's actually call that one that. So this way you will be able to say this x plus that x, this y plus that y. I love this. Okay. So, and then you can scale. scale and scalar, right? So you can provide it like this: return u v2, this x multiplied by scalar. I mean, it could be just s. I mean, come on, why do I have to call it scalar? This y multiplied by s. There we go. Is that cool? Is that cool? Maybe. The only thing I didn't like is that it maybe creates like a new object every time I do mathematical operations, but maybe since it has a garbage collector, it doesn't really matter. So because, yeah, it just allocates memory. Who fucking cares? It also does that probably in some sort of pre-allocated arena, so it's probably super fast. All right, so here we can have a position. So here's a position, new vector 2, and the position is a radius plus 10. Radius plus 10, and then we're gonna have a velocity, which is initially is going to be 0. All right. So, and essentially, how we're gonna do all of that? So I take the velocity and I scale the velocity by dt, and then I take the position and I add that position there, and I reassign position like that. So this single line is equivalent to this one, right? So you take velocity, you scale it by dt, and then you add the position and you reassign the position like that. So that's pretty straightforward, unless you have to set the position like this, you see? But maybe we don't have to. What if we actually accept v2 in here, right, as a single thing? So it's going to be center, right, and we can then say center x, and center y, center x and center y, and then we can just say draw circle at that position with that radius with that color, and that's it. And then this is how we update it. So we're slowly developing our own mathematical library. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. So now I want to kind of map these keys to vectors. So let's create a map. Let's create a direction map. It's going to be direction map. That's how we're going to call it. And essentially, I'm going to take all of these keys. I think the easiest way for me to do that would be to just copy paste all of that and just adapt everything appropriately. So yeah, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to remove that. So then I'm going to just do it like this. Okay, and here we're going to just keep the vectors, new v2, like this. Look at that. So s is down. So to move down, we have to do what? We have to increase y, but we have to stay with x as usual. So this is what we're going to use here. So to go up, we have to go with the minus speed, right? So a is the left, so that means it's minus speed here, and d is the right, so that means it's going to be speed, but 0. You see where I'm going with that? It's very important. So the question is how to check whether we have a key in the map. I'm pretty sure it's pretty straightforward, something like contains and whatnot, but this is exactly what I want to do here. I want to take the code, check if it's there, and if it's there, I'm going to set the velocity to that specific value. Yeah, JavaScript, check if object has key. I don't know if it's called key. I know nothing about JavaScript. So let me see. Oh, okay, so if key is an object. Okay, that's pretty cool. So this is how we can do that. If event code is in direction map, what we do, we set the current velocity to the direction map of that event key. Look at that, and we compress this entire thing, and that makes it move in that specific direction. So we have a map, we take the key, and we basically map it to the corresponding direction. Now, we want to do a pretty interesting thing on the key down, key up when you unpress the key. right, when you unpress the key. So in that situation, what we want to do, we just want to set the velocity to 0. New vector 2, 0, 0. Look at that. So yeah, when you press down, we choose the direction and we move in that direction. And then when you press, we set it to 0, and there you go. So that should actually work. And now if I open this entire shit in browser, let's see how miserably it will fail. Yeah, there we go. Is that easy? Is that fucking easy? Isn't that amazing? I think it's gonna be fucking amazing. First try, by the way, dab. Learning. We're fucking learning something today. Isn't that amazing? Soon, I'm gonna work at Google. Look at that. If I show that on a Google interview, fucking insta-hired. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be insta-hired. Seriously. Oh, that's very interesting, actually. So, how can we have... if I actually hold them simultaneously, it doesn't really give me that, you know, diagonal movement. So what I'm thinking is that maybe I'm gonna slightly change this entire stuff. So you see what's going on? I move to the right, but if I press down, it starts moving down, but right sort of cancels out. You see? Right sort of cancels out. So what we're gonna try to do is, instead of setting direction map, how about we add it to the velocity? So we're gonna add it to the velocity, and when you unpress the key, when we press the key, we should subtract it. Well, this is not how it works. Yeah, so velocity add to the velocity, right? Add to the velocity, and then the same thing we do here, but we subtract for the velocity, and we'll have to implement subtract. So let's actually quickly do that. So it should be pretty straightforward to just copy paste it like that. You put sub in here, and then you replace pluses with minuses. There, you didn't see that? There we go. So, and that should just work. That should actually give us the thing I want. Perfect. Now I can move around, and even by diagonal. I can also move simultaneously up and down. And that's pretty cool, so I can just move around like that. That is fucking amazing. That is absolutely fucking... You know what, chat? I have an absolutely epic idea. Since it's just an HTML page, I can deploy it on GitHub pages, and as I make changes and push them, you can play with that thing on your machine. Isn't that fucking amazing? Holy shit, let's fucking do this, bros. And sis. Alright. There we go. So, Pogi. Yeah. Easy hosting. So as far as I know, like GitHub pages will look specifically for index.html at the root of the project, and they will just, you know, deploy it. So, but we need to come up with a proper name for this entire thing, right? So let me think about the good name. GS Pro. So I'm gonna try to rename it. Okay, that. Okay. So I'm just gonna try something that looks more or less. That looks okay. All right. So I'm gonna remove the poof for now, and I don't know. So this is what was gonna be called. And also let me actually put a license on this entire thing. Let me put a license on this entire thing. All right, so here's the license, and yeah. So this is gonna be quick start. Quick start. So to actually start working with this game, you have to do a very simple thing. You have to open it in your favorite browser, and that's it. So this is how we start working. You don't have to build anything. You don't even have to use npm, right? So we don't use npm step. You just open the HTML in your browser, and it should work. All right. So let's do a committee. So I'm gonna do git init. And yes. Ready, set, go. My god. And yeah. Ah. So this is how it's gonna call. This is I don't know what this name actually stands for. I just found a combination of characters that I kind of like, and I don't know what it means. It's also actually super easy to remember. So this is another thing that I like about this particular thing. So it's just like a literally random combination of characters that I like right now. So seriously, this is how I come up with the name for this thing. Alright, so let me actually put this thing here, and I'm gonna do add origin, and we're gonna push that right into the repo. Zozin web editing, yes. Alrighty, so we're pushing it. We're actually pushing it. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Here it is. Now, how can we set up the GitHub pages? Does anyone know? GitHub. Wait, did they create it? Yeah, they created it at Zozin. GitHub pages. Source, master. Okay. Root. Yeah, so use root. And I guess that's it. I think that is it. So it's deploying the pages, right? So page build. It's doing the page build. So we have to wait. So hopefully it's gonna be pretty fast. So there's a refresh. Okay. Oh shit, there we go. So yeah, now it's available at zodin.org, this thing. So you probably also wanna like you put HTTPS. I think HTTPS should also work. Yeah, HTTPS also works. Yeah. So now it's available on the website. Isn't that amazing? 2021 is amazing. You can just develop an application and it will just, you know, deploy it in one click on your official website. So now every time I push something, after a couple of seconds, it will be redeployed and you will be able to see the changes right away. I think that's pretty cool. So we have to use WASD to actually, you know, control this entire thing. So WASD. It's pretty pogue. Okay, before we continue, I want to make a small break because I really need to pee. So it doesn't work for you? What does it say? What does it say for you? Well. 404. Why does it work for me then? Oh. What? Are you just experimenting? What? I don't know, it works for me. I don't know what you guys doing. Remove last slash. It works for me without the slash. Have you guys tried with HTTPS? Like, I don't know what you guys talking about. It just works for me. I don't know. I need to add slash at the end. Okay. Didn't I copy paste it with a slash? Okay. So everything's working for everyone. Alright. So let's make a small break. 2 minutes. Cool. Oh yeah, by the way, I think we need to add the link to the repo. Yeah, let's actually put HTTPS. Alright, and Zozin WE. How do you move WASD? WASD, use WASD. Artie, lead, thank you. Thank you so much for 10 months of Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you. And welcome to our epic web development club. Okay, alright, webs. Alright, I'm gonna save this thing. Alrighty, so, and also don't forget to give it a star, don't forget to subscribe and like, dap. Okay, so let's continue. Cool. So let's make a small break. And yeah, it's gonna be how many? 2 minutes, right? And you guys have fun? Yo, what's up? Welcome back. To back. How's it going? How's it going? Let's continue our epic game development and web development. How about that? We are on our journey of becoming a Google engineer by learning web development. Okay. So let's continue. What do we got? What do we got? So what's gonna be the next thing? What's gonna be the next thing? So yeah, people are saying about key repeat. So let's actually think what we can do about key repeat. So if the key repeat, to be fair, we can actually just keep track of whether these things are pressed or not, like whether these keys are already pressed, and compute the final vector at the render phase. Why every time I press the key, the search bar is opening? I have no idea. Seriously. I have no idea. There's something wrong with your computer. There's something wrong with it. You have to check it out. Yeah, it's actually super cool how it goes super speed. Yeah, because of the key repeat, it keeps adding more and more vectors. It's actually super nice. I like it. So let's close everything here. And yeah. Cool. So what I'm thinking. So here's the direction map, right? Here's the direction map. And we can keep track of already pressed keys. You know what I mean? Just basically keep track of already pressed keys. So maybe we can do something like that. Pressed keys, right? So, and we can keep something similar in here, right? So, and essentially, right? I didn't really want to do it like that, but yeah. So we can have something like false, and for all these things we can have false. Cool. And now, if the key code in, maybe we can have sets actually, but it's kind of like I have to learn the sets and I don't really want to do that. But maybe since today is a learning Friday, right? Today is a learning Friday. Maybe I'm just gonna go ahead and learn everything. So let me see what we can have there. So JavaScript sets. Is there any easy sets without, like, you know, too much bureaucracy of creating a new object and whatnot? So yeah, you can have a set, you can add things to the set, you can delete things from the set, and so on and so forth. What if I want to iterate through the elements in the set? I can just do let int off and go through all of the elements there. So iterate over items in a set. So maybe that's gonna be the way to go, actually. Maybe that's gonna be the way to go. Let me see. So yeah, let's actually have something like pressed key and create a new set. There we go. So here's a new set. So every time you press a key, it doesn't matter if it's already there, pressed keys, we're gonna actually add the key in there. So here's the key in there, and then every time you unpress it, we have to delete this thing, right? We will be deleting this entire step. And now, how do we compute the final velocity? So we don't even need to have a velocity here, to be fair. So we start with the velocity equal to nothing, right? Equal to nothing, 0, 0, like that. And we start iterating the keys, right? So it's going to be for let key of pressed keys, right? And then if key is in direction map, I think this is how you do that. You can easily do velocity equal velocity add direction map of the key, and there you go. Then you can use that velocity to add everything there. So 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes is going to be enough for you. All right, so yeah, should be okay. should be okay. So do I need to do anything else? I think that's pretty much okay. So let me see. Okay. Oh, it's still going extra speed. Wait a second. Why is it? Didn't I? Ah, I'm looking at the deployed version, by the way. I'm looking at the deployed version. So yeah. Chromium, and let's see. So this is not deployed version. So now I hold it, and it doesn't go extra speed anymore. Right? Yeah. This is actually pretty cool. Okay. So be careful not to draw production DB accidentally. Sure. Okay. That's pretty cool. So don't increase the velocity on repeated keys. So essentially we just keep track of the set of all of the pressed keys at any given moment, and we use that set of keys to calculate the final speed of the object, and it works actually quite naturally. I think I kind of like it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So the next thing we want to add to the game, by the way. So I already pushed it, by the way. That means in I don't know how much time it takes, but maybe in a minute or two, this version, fixed version, should be available for you as well. Okay, so maybe it would be kind of nice to also have some sort of a text on top that says how to control the game, because when people open the game for the first time, the first thing they ask, according to the chat, they how to control this thing, and nobody knows how to do that. So it would be kind of nice to have some sort of a text. So we could draw the text in DOM directly, right? We could draw the text in DOM directly. But as far as I know, Canvas context allows you to do that programmatically. So yeah. Why? Oh yeah, I want you to do that. Yeah. Thank you, Lithenu, for reminding me. This is exactly what I wanted to do today. Update CMD project. Today we're learning JavaScript by making an HTML5 game. Alright, so it's https github.com the E. You see how easy to remember this name actually. So I really like this combination of characters. It doesn't mean anything, but it's super easy to remember, and that's important for the branding. For the branding, the meaning is not important. The meaning doesn't do shit. What's important for the branding is recognition. Recognition. If you can instantly remember that and recognize that, that's a good branding. Meaning doesn't matter. So there we go. That's why the name of my channel is shit. So because it's not recognizable, people cannot remember it. People don't even know how to pronounce it. So yeah, I'm really bad at branding. All right. Cheers, by the way. Alrighty. So let's actually learn how to draw text in a canvas. HTML5 canvas text. Canvas text. So there's something like field text or whatnot. So you can set the font. Can I use Comic Sans? I wonder. And then I can just fill the text. Okay, makes sense to me. If I can fill the text, probably I can use the fill style property to actually set the color, which is kind of nice. So let me see. So here's the context. I clear the context. After that, so I do what? Context, fill style. Style is going to be, let's set it to white, right? So it's going to be white text on a dark background, and then it's going to be context fill text. So it's going to be hello world, and the position is going to be 0, 0 initially, and probably I want to set the font, but maybe it's not that important right now. And you cannot see shit. Okay, so let's actually try to set it around 100 and see what's going to happen. And you can see something, but the thing actually covers it, so that means we have to place any HUD after drawing the scene. Right, after drawing the scene, and there we go, so we have a little bit of a hello world in here. So to fix all of that, to fix the size, I think we need to set the font. Can I set like size of the font just without specifying the font? I can do that apparently. So I have to like use the name of the font. So let me see. Can I do it now? And there we go. So now we have a text and we can draw behind the text. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. All right, so then we can say something like WSD to move around, right? And that's pretty pogue. So, and interestingly enough, I assume that on different systems, like different fonts would work differently. I wonder if it's possible to basically supply the font with the application, you know what I mean? I'm not quite sure. So yeah, you can specify Comic Sans, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to work on my operating system because I don't have a Comic Sans. So, and that's the problem. What if I'm going to use the font that is not available on somebody else's machine? So this is something that we have to learn. Yeah, there you go, look at that. So this is not a Comic Sans. This is not a Comic Sans. All right. So let me see. JavaScript, HTML5 canvas, custom font. How can I use custom font in HTML5 canvas element? Alright, I started to get a simple demo, just fiddle. Okay, so you can specify the font in CSS, that's pretty cool. And then you can just use that font. That's pretty pogue. Alright, so I remember that Google had a pretty interesting website called Google Fonts. So let's actually look for interesting fonts in there. Is there any free fonts there? Is this one free? How can I know that it's free or not? So there's a license in there. License, open font license. So I'm gonna assume that that means I can use it, right? To add, okay, add the style. All right, so okay, this is how I do that. But can I actually download the file itself? Can I download the file itself? Download the family. Okay, so Lex and Mega. Alright, so I kind of want to save the link to this entire stuff. So then later I can sort of refer to it. Fonts. Okay. Now, so I want to copy. Download Lex and okay, so I probably want to move it. There we go. So what do we have here? And also this is the license, open font license. So I suppose allows you to font to be used, studied, modified, redistributed. It's basically GPL of fonts. Maybe not GPL. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Please. Okay. So let's actually unpack this entire thing. I'm gonna straight up unpack it. And I'm going to remove the zip, and I'm going to also remove this license, but I'm not sure if I want to keep this license. But I mean, I'm going to be referring it to like in README. So GPL, I'm not sure if it's actually GPL, so it's OFL, so it's a special license for the fonts. Okay. You probably need to keep the license. Probably, we'll see. So CSS, how do I set this thing? So then I can set a URL. Lex and Mega. So I think this is what I want to do. And then can I set the URL to this file in here? So that way I don't even need to fall back or anything. That's kind of the point. I don't even need to fall back. So, and then in index.js, can I set this font specifically? Can I set this? Why doesn't it remove it? Sometimes it just doesn't remove that. Alright, so that looks pretty pogue, and it's gonna be Chromium. Let's open it, and there we go. It actually worked. So yeah, that font should look the same on all of the machines, on all the main machines. So that's pretty pogue. And now if I make it a little bit bigger, right? So and I refresh it, so it's pretty big now. I really like that. You know what I want to do? I want to basically center it. And luckily, in the canvas, it's quite easy to center text and stuff like that. So the idea is going to be the following. So you start the game, you are at the center. You should be at the center, I think. It depends. But anyway, so the text should appear at the center of the screen with some sort of animation, right? It's just should fade in, saying WSD to move. And once you move for the first time, it should fade out. You see, it's sort of like a subtle tutorial of some sort, if that makes any sense. Does that make any sense? Yeah. So you start, you see a circle, and then you see this pretty epic thing like fade in. It's just right, and you see why is the move, and you move around, and it just fades out. Sorry. Anyway, so let's see how we can do that. So it could be some sort of a class. So we can do tutorial pop-up. I think that could be a class that we want to put here. So what we're going to have here, we're probably going to have some sort of a position where the text is supposed to be rendered, right? Where the text is supposed to be rendered. So construct x and y. Maybe I can probably specify just the position here. So it's going to be just a pose. And I'm going to set the pose. So then it's going to be kind of difficult. Context text align center. Oh, this is how we do that. That's actually pretty epic. So that means it's not going to use the left corner. It's going to use like at the center of this thingy. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm a little bit tired, so I want to make a small break and make a cup of tea. Does anyone have any question? Is it weird that you have to finish and I'm completely bored by JavaScript? No, it's not weird. Welcome to my life. That's literally my life. Does anyone have any other questions? So I'm gonna make a cup of tea. So feel free to ask me anything about maybe software development or JavaScript, web development. But keep in mind that I'm only learning, right? I'm only learning, so I don't know much about web development anyway. So. I'm going to write nothing in JS? Probably not. So I think if you're developing like games in C, it's kind of like there's no point rewriting them in JS. You can just compile them to JS, right? So yeah, I don't think there's need to rewrite anything in JS. All right, so let's make a not really small break. I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the kettle because I need to warm up some water. And yep. So stay tuned. I'm gonna be back soon. Alright, are you guys ready to learn more about web development so we can become Google engineers? Aha! Alrighty, so also we want to keep track of, I guess, the animation, the currently playing animation of some sort of alpha. I'm gonna just call it alpha, right? And the thing is, since it's going to be like a pop-up tutorial, I need methods to update the animation. So we're going to have something like update, which accepts a delta t, and also a way to render this entire thing. So to render this entire thing, I will accept the context. So yeah, this is the main methods of this particular like entity. So another things that I'll probably need here is a way to trigger animation for fade in and fade out. So let's do fade in like this, and then fade out. So the thing here is the tutorial pop-up, or maybe the pop-up in general, can be in several states, right? So currently like settled, right? It could be currently settled, or it could be in the middle of animation. So maybe the direction of the animation of fading in and fading out is going to be determined by a variable, which is some sort of like a delta alpha, right? So d alpha, dalpha, right? And initially it's going to be 0. So, and essentially, if you want to trigger an animation to fade in, you set dalpha to be a positive one, right? You want to set alpha to be positive one, and alpha to be 0, so to be 0, and that should trigger you trigger the animation of fading in. So that should start increasing the alpha towards 1. So if you want to do a fade out, you set alpha to a -1, and you set alpha to 1, and it should actually move towards that thing. I'm not quite sure how good of an idea this is. Maybe there is an easier way to describe like state of the animation, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? So we'll see. So this is like a main idea, and essentially what we're gonna have here when we initialize the game, we're gonna create the pop-up, like a pop-up. Probably we're gonna set it to const because we don't need to reassign it. Tutorial pop-up, and we can set it like somewhere at the center. But maybe since we know that it's a tutorial pop-up, we don't really need to set its position. So this position could be recalculated constantly. So we don't have to worry about that. So all right. So you have this tutorial pop-up. All right, and on each update of the state of the game, right, on each update of the state of the game, you also want to update the pop-up tutorial because it needs to play the animation. Right, so let me see. So it's going to be pop-up update DT. So this is, yeah, the update is somewhere here, actually. If you ask me, the update is somewhere here. After that, we're drawing everything, and we do pop-up render context. Right, pop-up render context. So yeah, so we basically created this object and we wired up into our event loop, and now we are ready to actually implement all of these things like render and update. And once we implement all of that stuff, the only thing we'll have to do is just to call fade in and fade out at the right moments, and don't worry about anything, right? So essentially, when you start the game, you just do fade in. When you move for the first time, you just fade out, and it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so my kettle is ready, so I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of water, and I'm gonna be back, and we're gonna implement an epic animation that everyone is gonna be happy with. Yes, 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 yes. Wow. I'm back. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. So, you know what? I think I kind of want to like introduce a game class as well, since we're starting to introduce all of these things. Maybe it would make sense to have a game class that stores the state of the game. You know what I mean? So we can have like a proper decomposition of all of these entities and whatnot. I think it's gonna be cool. So the actual trumpet sound. All right, so let's actually do a little bit of a decomposition and whatnot. So I want to introduce a class called game. Yusu. So I'm not sure what I'm going to put into the constructor of the game. Right, into the constructor, but I'm definitely going to have update dt, so update dt, and render, which also accepts the context, and we're slowly developing our own game engine in JavaScript. Holy shit. Google engineers will like that, who interviewing me, I mean. Oh, okay, so this one is interesting. So we also need to be able to handle like controls and whatnot. So we might as well introduce things like key down and key up to handle things. Key up. So we have a little bit of a OP going on here. Isn't that amazing? So here's the start. We don't really care about that. So now we have a player position. So let's introduce that. So it's going to be a pose. So I'm moving some of the stuff there, right? You know what I mean? Moving some of the stuff there. So definitely we're gonna move pose, direction map. To be fair, direction map could be a global map that is constant, right? Because we don't need to change it. It's like a global thingy. So and it could be like constant like this, right? I think that makes sense, but it has to be defined after vector 2, right? Using classes and JS. What's wrong with that? I mean, classes are like feature of JS. So I don't see anything wrong with that. Yes. So now we can remove this thing. And what I need to do, I need to move some of this stuff to the game itself, like this. Don't you already know? No, I'm learning it. I'm learning it for the first time because I want to work at Google, and everyone uses JavaScript at Google, so I have to learn it. Alright, so this is what I need to do here. So it's going to be this, if I remember correctly. We initialize everything. So we have a player radius, and player radius could be actually also a global thing here. Let's put it like that. So here's the global radius. And the speed also could be a global thing. So we're starting to extract our global constants everywhere. And since they're constant, I'm thinking of renaming them to like with the capital letters and whatnot, but we'll see how it goes. So we also have width and height. And we also have to set it. By the way, is it possible to extract the size of the canvas through the context? Is it possible? So I only have a context. Is it possible for me to extract the size of it? That should be possible in my opinion. Shouldn't you use in Visual Studio? I'm already using Visual Studio Code. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? So you see, this is a Visual Studio Code. Like it says it in the title. What's up, Odnan? Welcome back. You updated your kernel. Congratulations. And you also removed Intel video driver, finally. Do you have any video driver now? Maybe you don't have any video driver. Okay, I'm sorry. Just a second. Set Visual Studio Code. There we go. So it's Visual Studio Code now. I see. Cool. Open source drivers. How about that? All right. My tea is ready. Client width. Okay, that's cool. So context can, oh, okay, I see. So context canvas. But is it really client width? But because I can, if I can access the canvas, I can just grab its width. Yeah, I can just grab it with them. All right, so now I'm gonna be moving this entire thing here, and then I need to update its position. So I think that's the whole update for the game. Yeah, I think that's the whole update, and I'm gonna put it here. So we're iterating through the pressed keys, and pressed keys are this. All right, and the position is actually this. Right, it's this. There we go. What else? What else? We also need to update the pop-up. Right, we also need to update the pop-up. This pop-up update, and we're updating it with DT. Okay. So and now we're starting the rendering. Right, we're starting the rendering. We're cleaning the context, and I think I'm actually going to do the cleaning outside of the game, but maybe it depends. Yeah, I think it makes sense to clean everything in here. Right, so here it is. So width and height. All right, so this is going to be like this: width, context, canvas, width, and then we're going to do height. Yes, and this is going to be this position, and this is going to be this. And then we're rendering that. Cool. Okay, now, so we are updating the timing, we're updating the width and height and stuff like that. After that, yeah, after that it's quite important. We need to finally create the game. So it's going to be game, new game. I don't remember if it accepts anything in the constructor, but it doesn't matter. So we're updating the game with the delta time. Then we are rendering the game with the context, rendering with the context, and now we need to forward all of that into the key down and key up. Key down and key up, and let's see how we can do that. It's going to be game, key down is going to be event, right? So this is going to be what we're going to have here, and then we're going to have key up. So, and we're gonna move all of that inside of the key down. So if you press key down, it adds it to the pressed keys, and if it's up, it actually adds it to, it deletes it from the pressed keys, and it has to be like this. There we go. Now, yeah, you can add or reduce those event handlers. Why? What if I want to add something else there in the future? But maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I just want to keep it like that for now. So yeah. So this is our decomposition. So we have specific entities here. So we have a vector, tutorial pop-up. We have a game, and hopefully I didn't break too much. I didn't break too much. So let's actually refresh. And of course, it's broken. Let's take a look at the console now. So cannot access speed. Okay, so it's trying to do, yeah, I see. So this is because this kind of things have to be defined somewhere here, but I'm not quite sure why are we referring to the speed in here. We could have just actually replaced all of that with 1, and every time we're like using the direction map, right, direction map, we could scale these vectors with the speed. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we don't have to store the information about the actual length of the vector, we only need to store the direction of the vector. So, yeah, I think that does make sense. Alright, so if I refresh now, and everything seems to be working, I can even control shit, which is amazing, which is absolutely fucking amazing. I love that. Okay, so, now... So, we actually abstracted everything away, so now we don't even need to touch this loop anymore, because everything is going to be happening within like these objects, right? Within a game object, within tutorial object, and so on and so forth. We don't have to worry about that anymore, which is kind of cool. So this is the rendering of the pop-up tutorial. So if I move the rendering somewhere here, right, so I should be able to do things. So, okay, somebody told me that in a context I can do context text align center. I forgot how to do that. Text align property. Okay, so this is how you do that. Text align center. Perfect. Context text align, and it's gonna be center, right? Oh shit, I realized that maybe I could accept the text of the pop-up. I think this is what I could accept. So let's put it like this. So it's going to be a text, and this is going to be a text, and you assign it to here. And then when you're rendering this entire thing, you can just use that text, this text. Yeah, and when we are creating a new tutorial pop-up, we're doing WASD to move around. There we go, WASD to move around. Spready poke. And what we do here, we should use the position, and the position will depend on the width and height. It will depend on the width and height. So let's actually extract width and height from here, and essentially I think I'm gonna just say width divided by 2 and height divided by 2, and that should give us the thing. And also I need to set the size to something appropriate, let's say maybe 30 pixels. So, and let's see what's gonna happen in this particular case. And as you can see, WASD to move around, WASD to move around. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, now we need to start animating this kind of stuff, and the question is how we're gonna be animating. So first of all, before we start in the game, right before we start in the game, after we even created the pop-up, right, I want to do this pop-up fade in, and it will start fading in the pop-up. And we need to now implement this entire stuff. Oh, also the color. Is there a color object in JavaScript that I can use to set the fill style to? Is there something like color 255, 255, 255, 255? Is there something like that? JavaScript color. Does anyone know? Style color property. Color type. RGBA? Okay. Is it called RGBA? So there's a function RGBA. Oh, okay. So it basically, I see. But it's a CSS. But I need there's only CSS colors and strings. Oh, okay. But we have string interpolation, so we can probably achieve that with the string interpolation RGBA, and then just do something like X and whatnot. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? We can try to do things like that. So that's fair enough. All right, so let's give it a try. I'm pretty sure in the modern JavaScript that should already work. I'm pretty sure. Let me confirm that. So I'm gonna go to an empty blank page, hopefully. Console, and if I try to do something like 42, okay, it does work. Perfect. Nice. So we're gonna start with 255, and then we're gonna use the alpha stuff. How are we gonna use the alpha stuff? So it depends on this alpha, and we're gonna multiply by 255. So yeah, that's pretty straightforward. That's pretty straightforward. But now we need to update alpha depending on the current alpha. So right now, if yeah, we cannot do the following thing all the time. So we take this alpha equal this alpha actually plus this d alpha multiplied by dt, right? And this is how we animate. And if d alpha is 0, alpha is never going to be changed. But we need to know when to stop modifying alpha. Essentially, I think I have an idea. So if this alpha is less or equal than 0, or this alpha greater or equal than 1, we we simply set d alpha to 0. This is what we do. All right. So, and we also need to know the speed at which it just actually comes in, but maybe that should be okay. All right, so now if I try to refresh this page, if I try to even open this page, okay, here it is. It didn't even work. Nice. Cool. All right. So I wonder if something happened. So I need to take a look at the console. I pressed the console. Could you open it? Okay. If I refresh it, there was nothing. Everything's okay. Alpha is in a range of 0 to 1, but how does that make any sense? CSS or GBA? How does that make any sense? Really? That's really strange. Okay, I'm not gonna comment on that. Okay, sure. Okay, guys, look, I'm learning. Now I know. I didn't know that before. That's why I was so dumb. But now I'm learning. Yes. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Where is the hello world? And true web dev, yes. It didn't work anyway, so let me try to see what the fuck is going on. So it's kind of strange. What if I set this thing to just 1 all the time? So is it gonna work? Okay, it does work, but if I set it to half of this stuff, it could be actually, yeah, so it does work. So it could be becoming like none at some point. So that's what it feels like, at least. So, but the alpha is not animated. What if we don't animate alpha? And okay, fade in. Well, that makes sense. So do we update? Pop-up update. We do update it. Okay. The alpha is 0. Well, I mean, we set it to something when we start fading in. Right. Fade in. I do call fade in after I construct this entire stuff. So I'm not quite sure what is going on. But one of the things I can do, I can try to log this alpha just to see what the hell is going on. So yeah. Let me see. It's 0 all the time, no matter what I do. That's pretty strange, but okay. Alright, so it's just 0, it's just being 0. It's almost like I never called fade in. And the d alpha was never set to 1. Let me try to actually log this thing. Okay. But if I multiply it by dt, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. I see. So we also always need to keep track of whether the alpha is greater than 0 or not. Okay, I see what's going on. I was hoping that it's going to be an easier way to implement all of that, but nah. If alpha less d alpha, actually, this d alpha less than 0, yeah, and this alpha less or equal than 0, we should stop. So this d alpha is going to equal to the 0, and this alpha is going to be equal to 0. Otherwise, so basically the alpha determines the direction in which we're doing all of that. I want you to, why does it select everything? Okay. So the alpha is greater than 0 and alpha is greater or equal than 1. In that case, the alpha becomes this and this becomes 1. So that's essentially what I want you to have. I just want you to avoid this kind of complicated solution and whatnot, but it feels like it's not avoidable. All right, so if I try to do that now, it fades in. So every time you do that, it fades in. And then what I want to do, for the first time, you are moving around. All right, so let's do something like this. Moved for the first time. Moved for the first time. It's going to be false. So you do any of these movements, right? So you do any of these movements. To be fair, so essentially, maybe we should be orienting on the velocity vector. We should be oriented on the velocity vector, and let's basically introduce something like a length of the velocity vector, right? Like in a movie, yes. Length essentially is going to be a return math sqrt this x multiplied by this x plus this y multiplied by this y. So that gives us the length. And if at any point, well, it's kind of well, I mean, we can probably make it a little bit more efficient. So here's the game. You calculated the velocity, and if not moved for the first time, so apparently this thing should be part of the game. All right. This player moved for... Oh, wait. Learned how to move. False. If player have not learned how to move and velocity length is greater than 0 right now, player has learned how to move, and we taken the pop-up and fading it out. See? You see what's going on? So we have a marker that indicates whether the player has learned how to move. The player has learned how to move when velocity became greater than 0. And what's interesting is that we're using short circuiting here. So essentially, when this thing becomes true, this condition will never be calculated. If I understand how JavaScript works, I don't know JavaScript. So this velocity length will never be recalculated all the time. So we just check this thing only once, right? And then we do fade out. So essentially now, if I refresh everything, I try to move, and it fades out. So for the first time, it shows you where's the to move. You move around and it fades out. So basically you can continue, and we can actually have several tutorials like that. So yes, we're learning. I think we're learning. By the way, it's actually too slow if you think about it. It's actually kind of too slow. Oh, learned. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know that it's a regular verb, but I mean, both versions are okay as far as I know. Right. So there's something weird here, because when the tutorial haven't finished yet, it just like jumps to 1, right? It jumps to 1, and it doesn't really make that much sense. Maybe I shouldn't set the value to anything. I think this would be a great idea. So yeah, essentially don't set any of these values at all. Just never set them. Just redirect the alpha every time. Yeah. So essentially if you start moving before it shows, it doesn't, yeah, it goes away right away. Yeah, that makes sense. That's actually pretty cool. Fuck. Alright, so let me see. So, oh shit, that's pretty pogue, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Introduce tutorial on movement. There we go, I'm gonna push that right at the repo. So, you can check out the project here. So, the deployed version should be available within several minutes. Should be available within several minutes. So, okay, so what's gonna be the next thing? I think the next thing we need to do, we need to learn how to shoot. So maybe we should be able to shoot. What do you guys think? Yisu. Kawaii Edusu. So we have fade in, fade out. So we might actually, yeah, we need to keep track of the current like position of the mouse, right? We need to know the position of the mouse. But the question is, how do we take the position of the mouse? I'm really fucking happy with this thing actually. Like, look at that. Yeah. Let's do to move and move around, and it just gives you that. Am I a game developer already? I feel like I'm a game developer. Maybe each time one player presses one of WSD, you highlight the perspective letter and in the tutorial text. That's a very interesting bike shading topic. It's kind of difficult. Like, it's like I could spend like an hour implementing that, and then I will have to stop streaming. So it's an interesting idea, but it's just too much time. Like, I don't think we have that much time to implement that, but it's pretty cool. All right, so add event listener. So we just need to look at the mouse motion thingy, I think. So where is the event? Event type, right? So something like event type, event listener. I forgot there was a link for different kinds of events type. Yeah, there we go. Here it is. We need to find mouse motion. Oh, there we go. Mouse move. Cool. What we're gonna have here. So mouse move. So there's also offset X, offset Y, but to be fair, I need to only have the absolute position of it. Do we even have absolute position there? We're about to find out. God damn it. Luckily, it actually fell bottom down, so. All right, so let's introduce this thing. It's gonna be document, add event listener, mouse move. And then I have event, and there we go. So the thing I want to do, I want to do console log, and I just want to log the event to see what available things we have. All right, so this is what we have. Maybe we should add the live demo to the links as well. Update CMD project. Okay, so this is gonna be like this. Source code. All right, so this is that, and then a live demo, https tsoding.org zzwe. There we go. And the live demo should be available like on the official Tsoding website. There we go. It's funny how it waits until the font has loaded up and it tries to render like fallback font. Holy shit. Welcome to the web. Is there any way to wait on the font? Does anyone know? Is there any way to wait on the font? I'm pretty sure this should be possible. Yeah. Sleep? Sleep? No sleep. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's like on load on particular font. But yeah. Anyways. Okay, so what I want you to do here is just take a look. So we're moving around and we have, okay, so there is a screen X and screen Y. And it actually corresponds to whatever I want to have here, which is absolutely fucking perfect. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so what I want to do here, I want to move mouse move. So we're gonna have game mouse move. I'm actually completely sober. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, this is what we implemented using JavaScript. And then I move around and then it fades out. So, and it's just a console. So, yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and it doesn't use any third-party dependencies, so literally this is the whole self-contained thing, right? It has its own CSS, JS, and HTML, and you can just deploy it as it is, as static content without backend, and it will work, right? It's just a web application. Okay, so let me see what's going to be the next thing. What's going to be the next thing? We need to introduce the method for mouse move. So here's a mouse move, and here's the event. Right, and depending on the position of the screen, so maybe we should, yeah, we should do the following thing. We're going to do new vector2 event screen x event screen y. There we go. And this is going to be the position of the mouse. Maybe we're going to say something like this: mouse mouse pose, and there we go. So here's the mouse pose. So we can also set up the mouse pose to be 0 initially, vector2 0 0. It could be something like this first, of course. So this is definitely a player position. I want to rename it to player position. So let me grab this entire thing, and I'm going to do query replace this with player pose. And how many places we'll have to do that? Not that many, so that's pretty good. All right. So now we keep track of the mouse position. Which is nice. And the next thing I want to do, I want to be able to basically handle the click on the mouse. So where's the mouse click? Maybe mouse click will already mouse down. Yeah, I feel like mouse down will already give me the position, so maybe I don't even need to handle mouse move. So yeah, mouse down, and I probably have a screen X there, so yeah, so I didn't have to do that. But I mean, I'm gonna do that just in case, why not? So we'll still need to handle that at some point, because we'll have maybe some sort of a gun that follows your cursor and whatnot, because why not? So it's going to be mouse down, and we're going to put a mouse down here as well, like this. So this is the mouse down, clown down, sorry. Now, so I can do the same thing. I can take this stuff, and here is the mouse position. So it could be something like this. Didn't you already do function programming JS? This title isn't accurate then. What? Okay, so here is the mouse position. So here's the mouse position, and this can be const. Cool. Now, so to know the direction in which we have to shoot a projectile, you know what I mean? To shoot a projectile, we should take the mouse position, right, and subtract the player position from it, and that gives us the direction. After that, we need to normalize this vector, right? Normalize this vector and scale that vector with the something like bullet speed. There we go. This is what we need to do. And that will give us basically the velocity of the bullet, and we'll have to essentially maybe create a new bullet. We don't even have these objects yet, but we'll have to create them nonetheless, and just add this thing to the bullets of the game. Right, so that's what we'll have to do now. But before we can do that, I need to introduce all of these parameters and whatnot. So where is the vector? Vector need normalization. So here's the normalize, and what it does. So how do you normalize the vector? Right. So you essentially take the length of the vector and divide each component of that vector by that length. Right. So we're gonna have n as the length. So it's gonna be this length. And then we're going to return new vector2, this x divided by n, and this y divided by n. There we go. This is how we normalize the vector, so it will give us the vector in that direction, in the same direction, but with the length 1. Right, so that's what we're going to have here. All right, so I don't think we need anything else here. So we need a bullet speed. Bullet speed should be actually faster than the player speed, or maybe it could be equal to player speed, because player is actually very fast as well. So it's going to be const bullet speed, and let's say it's going to be like 2000. Since the player speed is 1000, this one is going to be 2000. Bullet speed. All right. All right, so now let's introduce the class that keeps the state of the bullet. State of the bullet. Okay. Have you considered using entity system? This is exactly what I'm developing right now. Isn't an entity system? So here you have a tutorial pop-up, which is an entity, right? And then you can have something like bullet. And yeah, so I'm just creating a single class per entity, and isn't that an entity system? I think it is. With position, probably too early for the concept. There you go. I just have these entities. What are you talking about? I don't know. Just keep in mind that I'm learning. I know nothing about programming. I know nothing about web development. I'm just, you know, learning all of this stuff because I want to work at Google as a web developer. So, all right. So let's continue. So we're going to have a bullet. And we're going to have a constructor, right? We're going to have a constructor. So constructor, so we're going to have a position and the velocity. So bullet is going to have a position and velocity. All right. And we're going to just set everything up like this. There we go. And of course, for the bullet, we'll have to keep track of, I guess, yeah, we need methods like render, which will accept the context, the context thingy. So, and then update dt. There we go. So, and essentially, right, when I'm creating the bullet, so here's the velocity. I can do something like bullet vel, and this is how I compute it, right? Now I need to create a new bullet. So first I need to start with the position where the bullet will start. So it's going to be the player position. So the bullet will start at the player position, and then we're going to use the bullet velocity that we just calculated based on the player position and the mouse position. Right, there we go. This is a new bullet. But now we need to put it somewhere. Where do we put it? I don't know. Maybe we can keep track of all of the bullets in the game. As a set. So we have a set of pressed keys. Why not have like a set of all of the bullets? By the way, I just realized that I have inconsistency in the style. So I use a snake case and camel case. And I heard people get very, very triggered about that. I'm a sociopath. Like, I don't care about like mixed styles, so it's not really obvious for me. But I heard that it actually pisses off a lot of people. Is it true? Is it true that it pisses off people? Because I don't understand. I'm a complete psychopath. So yeah, I can fix that if it pisses you. So it's just a myth. Oh, okay. So I can just continue developing things then. Thank you very much. So let's continue. We need to keep track of all of the bullets. So this is going to be a bullet, and let's create this. To be fair, if seriously, right, if I want to fix that, it's gonna look actually kind of ugly. Like, it looks kind of ugly with this thing, right? Have you heard about NIM programming language? I've heard that it's sociopath as well. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I implemented the whole app in NIM at some point, so yeah, maybe I know what to think about it. Alrighty, so I can rename it. I think it makes sense to keep style consistent. So the way we're gonna do that, yep. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Oh yeah, we also have to probably get rid of this strange thingy. Replace that with player learned how to move. Okay, player learned how to move. If we didn't learn, but velocity is that means player learned how to do that, and we fade out the pop-up. Alright, so here's the bullet. It says here's the set of the bullets, so we just have bullets. Nice. Cool. And what we're gonna do with that, we're gonna take this and we're gonna just add the bullets to the set of bullets. All right. These are some NASA level variable names. Well, suggest a better name. I just wanted to understand how is that working. What you guys talking about? What exactly? GitHub Pages or something? I mean, it's just something that is provided by GitHub. GitHub hosts all of that automatically. So essentially, if I remember correctly, if I understand the question correctly as well, so you can enable that in the settings. And once you enable that in the settings, what GitHub Pages do, they search for index.html in your repo, and they just host that file. Yeah. So, and on top of that, we don't have any backend, so that's why GitHub Pages actually works quite well for this specific case. Yeah, and I also set up for the Tsoding organization, I set up the custom domain, so anything hosted on the GitHub Pages will be actually hosted on tsoding.org, right? Everything on this website, by the way, is hosted on the Tsoding using GitHub Pages. This page, schedule, also this thing that we just implemented, like all of that is hosted using GitHub Pages and nothing else. So it just uses custom domain. So you can Google up how to do that as well. There are a lot of tutorials on how to do that. So yeah, let's continue. So actually serverless, would you look at that? Isn't that amazing? Yeah, CNAME, you have to do that, some CMake magic or something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna add the bullet to the bullets, right? So I created a new bullet and I added to the bullets. Right, now, when I'm updating everything, right, and when I'm updating everything, I think it makes sense for me to iterate through all of the bullets and just update them. Right, this is how we do that. For let bullet of these bullets, I wonder if when I'm iterating these things in a set, I'm actually iterating them by a reference. I'm gonna assume that yes. And then update each individual by the t. There we go. So, and the same thing I will have to do in the render situation. So when I'm rendering everything, I'm gonna just render it like that by the context. There we go. So, and now I can just work on the level of each individual bullet, right, on each individual bullet. So when I need to update the bullet, I need to update its position. I take its position, and actually I take its velocity and I scale by dt, right? Then I take the position and I add this velocity to that position and I save it back. So now the time has come to render the bullet. I'm gonna render the bullet as a circle, why not? So we already have a fill circle function that we implemented at the beginning of the stream. Fill circle, yeah, this is how you use that. And I'm gonna just do it like that. I have a context, then I can take the position of the bullet, then radius. Let's actually do something like bullet radius, right? And let's use the red as well. So bullet like this, const, and it's gonna be just red as well. So just like player. Cool. So can I pass by pointer in JS? I guess when you pass objects, they're passed by reference, like in Java, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. But it would make sense for a scripting language. If I was designing scripting language for the purposes of JS, I would do it like that. Everything is passed by, okay, well, I mean, I was right. Okay. Let me see. So let's continue. And didn't really do anything. So let me take a look at the console, and nothing is happening. Is it because I didn't wire up the mouse down? So when I do mouse down, I should be calling mouse down of this thing. Yeah, I do all of that. Then I create a bullet at that position, right? So then I have a class bullet. So set the position, then this is how we update everything, and then I fill the circle. Okay, that's very interesting. So bullets are not created apparently. Let me see. Console log this. Did I fuck up something? No, I didn't fuck up anything. Wait, do I? Did I test my deployed version yet again? I feel like I tested my deployed version yet again. I think I'm an idiot. That happened to me already one time. Okay, so let's take a look at the console. It does create bullets. Okay, and is their position modifying at some particular point? And their velocity is actually, well, I mean, that makes sense, but is it too fast? Is it too fast? Shouldn't be too fast. Oh yeah, maybe because it actually copies them. It could be because it actually copies them. Okay. JavaScript sets. Radius equal. What are you guys talking about? Are you debating me? I feel like you're debating me into something. Oh, I see what you mean. Wait. Bullet radius? Oh, okay, so that's really strange. Ah, I see. Okay, bullet radius is gonna be 42. I see. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm already getting tired. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So the thing is, over time, this shit is gonna become very, very slow. You know why? Because we're creating more and more objects and we're consuming more and more memory. So what we need to introduce here, actually, we need to introduce a lifetime. Or maybe object polling, so why not? A rolly polling should be actually pretty easy. It's basically the same thing that we do in the C games when I develop C games, but I'm not sure. Alright, so essentially what I want to do, I want to introduce another notion to the bullet, its lifetime. So essentially after some time, like after 5 seconds, right, the bullet should basically die on its own, right? If it's never hit anything, it should die just on its own. Alright, so okay, so bullet, and so we're gonna have like a bullet lifetime situation. Bullet lifetime, and let's say how many seconds it's gonna be. Let's say it's gonna be 5 seconds. The first bullet is catching up to the Voyager probe forever in the pixels. Yes. You know what? Before we try to do that, I'm gonna commit whatever we have, right? So for you guys to play. But just keep in mind that it will, you know, consume. As more you shoot, it will consume more memory. Just keep that in mind all the time. Alright, so implement shooting, and I'm going to push that right into the repo, and the demo should be available within like a couple of minutes at sodding.org/zzzwe, and yeah, so you can test it here on the official website, but it doesn't work automatically right away, so we'll have to probably wait a little bit. So why not destroy bullets after they are out of the screen? Because it's too complex of the condition. Like for example, what if we gonna implement a system with a camera where you have world outside of the screen, and because of that you want the bullet to actually survive going outside of the screen, right? So how do we handle that? I don't know. So essentially it's easier to just set a lifetime for the bullet, and no matter what's gonna happen, no matter what kind of changes you make to the logic of the game, it will always die after 5 seconds, because bullet is useless after 5 seconds. If you're making like a high-paced game, like if the bullet wasn't used in 5 seconds, well, it probably makes sense to just kill it no matter what happened. And you see what I mean? You see what I mean? It's just, that doesn't matter. Like, you just give it lifetime, and yeah, if it's within 5 seconds, just forget about that bullet. Yeah, I think that's the best way to handle that. Just work on OK33. God damn it. Alrighty. So, what happens if you reflect a bullet? It gets reflected. Cool. So, did you guys already check it? Is it already available on the website? Should be already available actually. I can check it myself actually. No, it's not. Probably. Oh yeah, there we go. It's available. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Susan, did you see that sometimes the bullet goes in a wrong angle? No, I didn't see that. Let me see. Oh, I see. It's because of screen. Oh shit. Okay, that makes sense. Is it gonna fix it? Hopefully. Chromium. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. That makes sense actually. So, you know what? I also want to add a tutorial for shooting. So we have a tutorial for WSD, and we also want to add like a tutorial for shooting. If page zooms on 100%, bullets can go in opposite direction if player is too close to the cursor. Well, I mean, the code is not finished. All right. So, yeah, let's continue. Okay, event of screen, and what else? Use offset coordinates instead of screen coordinates. There we go. Let's push that right into the river. Okay, so maybe we could introduce like a tutorial entity with a particular state, right? With a particular state and whatnot. That would be interesting. Yeah. But how can we do that? So because for a player to learn a thing, it needs to know the player's velocity. It needs to know the player's velocity, but yeah, it's probably too much code. Okay, let's implement the bullet lifetime after I drink a little bit of water. So bullet lifetime. All right. So this is not a bullet, actually. Lifetime equal bullet lifetime. Did I actually introduce this concept constant? I don't think I did. Bullet, yeah, const bullet lifetime is going to be 5 seconds, right? So this is going to be the 5 seconds. And here's an interesting thing. Bullet. Once you update it, we do the following thing: lifetime minus dt. Cool. Now, after we updated all of the bullets, is it possible to filter the set? Filter. You can filter it. Perfect. Okay, so now look, we're gonna take these bullets, and does it create a new set? I think, yeah, it creates a new set every time, but maybe that's okay. Filter is going to be a bullet, a single one bullet, and then you want to filter out every bullet, lifetime of which is greater than 0, and probably that will mean that you have to reassign it like this, but yeah. Okay, so that should actually do the trick, hopefully. So let me go here, and it's going to be Chromium. Okay, it broke. I wonder what exactly happened. Filter is not a function. Really? Oh, I see. Okay, you can. It's filter for an array, but you cannot filter the array itself. Okay, okay, that's kind of bad. Maybe because of that we don't wanna have sets in there. Maybe we can just use arrays instead. Set map lifetime set delete. Can you do this thing like that? Doesn't it invalidate this stuff? This is actually scary. So JavaScript filter set. Reduce filter set in JavaScript. I don't really like this solution. It's really strange. Shorthand for the reduce. Because you're deleting in the middle. You do understand how weird that looks. You're deleting things in the middle of iterating them. Like, isn't that like dangerous or something? Like, how does it even work? Okay, so another solution is to use a converter to array. And again, if we're going to be converting between array and set, maybe it's just easier to keep it as an array then. And that's exactly my point. Like, do you guys listen to what I'm saying? Can't you just set filter? No, I cannot. This is exactly what I did. Anabotho. This is literally what I did. Literally what I did. Here we go. And it doesn't work because filter is not a function. Yes. So I guess it's just easier to use array then. Yeah. All right, so let's just use array then. I think that's going to be the better way to do that. And unfortunately, now I need starting to do refactoring, and I'm just realizing that I'm programming in a dynamically typed language. Don't worry about it, it's okay. I do understand that you're working on, yeah. At least you're doing something useful, right? At least you're writing the code that is going to be used by somebody, and I'm just sitting here shitposting on the internet. So yeah, don't be sorry about that. It's totally okay. All right. So yeah, here we go. I'm programming in dynamically typed language. And I cannot just use compiler-assisted refactoring, right? So that means I have to be super careful. So here's the bullets, and I need to replace this with that, unless I start using, you know, TypeScript, but it's too late for this kind of stuff. Wait a second, I just realized a very interesting thing. I think it will just work. JavaScript push to array. I think it's just push, so the only thing I'll have to replace is push. And apart from that, I think it's gonna be the same. I think, probably. Yeah. Alrighty, so it's gonna be Chromium, there we go. And okay, so it seems to be working, it seems to be twerking, but since the lifetime of the bullet is so huge, we cannot see when they die. So I think we need to try to reduce the lifetime of a bullet to half of a second and see how they die. Just to confirm that this entire thing actually works as expected. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, they die after half of a second. So yeah. Yeah, that's cool. So now we can put a 5 second here, and it shouldn't actually overflow any memory or anything like that. So that's pretty pogo. Introduce lifetime for the bullets. There we go. Let's push that right into the repo. Right into the repo. So maybe the time has come to introduce some sort of like enemies and whatnot, right, that you can kill and get some points and shite. But I also have another interesting thing. I really want to introduce the tutorial for all of that, but I'm running out of time. How to get that fluent in Vim? This is not a Vim, this is Visual Studio Code. So, yeah. Multiplayer deathmatch. Alright, so I want to make a small break, boys and girls, just 3 minutes or so. And after that, we're going to continue developing this game. And what I'm planning. we're gonna introduce more tutorial. So essentially, the tutorial will wait until player starts moving. Then it will suggest to, like, it will explain how to shoot. So something like left click to shoot. And after the player has learned the basics mechanics, the game should start throwing enemies at the player, and this is how the game will start. So we'll basically have like a state machine that waits until the player has learned how to move, then it waits until the player has learned how to shoot, and then it starts throwing the enemies. You see what I mean? Alrighty, so let's make a small break, boys and girls, and you guys have fun. Hey yo, what's up? Hello everyone. So let's continue. Yeah, so what I want to do, I really want to introduce another step of the tutorial. How do you select a text or sentence in Emacs to modify? Not using eval mode. I'm currently using expand region and well, control space. So yeah. You can also use mouse, right? Look, here's the mouse, and you just it's simple. All right, let's continue. See, mouse works. But I personally usually just use control space, right? I just use control space and just select something and just do something with that. All right. Let me see. Yeah, player learned how to move. Maybe instead of like player learned how to move, we could have like a state machine, right? So player tutorial, or maybe some sort of like a this tutorial. Right. The tutorial will have several states, like new game, then it will have a state learned movement, then learned shooting, right, learned shooting, and so on and so forth, and we basically switch in between the states and whatnot. And basically switching between the states. All right, and how do you do enumerations in JavaScript? I suppose you don't, if I understand correctly. JavaScript in nums. So essentially just have like integers. What's the preferred syntax for defining nums? Okay. So yeah, you can also freeze the okay. Hello, useless pony. Hello. Cool language, by the way. Yeah, so that makes sense, I suppose. Okay. So it's also like this, and yep. What we can introduce here, I suppose, const tutorial state. Tutorial state, and it's going to be just one of those things. Tutorial state new game, right? New game, which is going to be 0. Then is going to be learned movement, learned shooting, and all of that has to be 1, 2, 3, right? So something like this. And maybe that, why doesn't it highlight? Yes, there's something strange with this mode. It doesn't really highlight the strings sometimes, but now it highlights it. So if I revert the buffer, yeah, it doesn't highlight them like this, which is interesting, but okay. So tutorial state, and this is basically what we want to have here. But what's funny is that maybe we should introduce the tutorial class. I think that would be actually kind of cool. So class tutorial, right? Class tutorial, and yeah, we're gonna have a constructor. So this is the constructor, and then we're gonna have a state, and we're gonna have a tutorial. Oh, you also have to freeze the object. Yeah, I do remember that. You have to freeze the object. So let me quickly do that. It's gonna be object freeze to make sure that nobody will ever able to modify it. And tutorial state. Tutorial state is gonna be new game. So there we go. Here's the new game. And that's it. And because of that, I think so learned shooting. Learn shooting. I'm just thinking how to organize the states, right? Because you have states. New game when the player haven't learned anything, then learn shooting, and yeah, maybe we have to do something like finished, right? Something like finished. Learning movement, learning shooting. Yeah, I think something like that would be better. Right, so yeah, learning movement, learning shooting. Okay, so and because of that, maybe I'm gonna set the state to 0, so I know that it's a final state in here. All right, so this is gonna be the constructor, and on top of that, I might as well introduce something like pop-up, right? So I can create the pop-up, new tutorial pop-up, and because of that, maybe the pop-up has to be defined somewhere here up above. Maybe right here, right? Because it's a what? Where am I? Okay, so this is a tutorial pop-up, but it's okay. I actually overshoot it. I actually slightly overshoot it. I was supposed to put it here. Okay, So here's the new tutorial pop-up, and we kind of start with WASD to move. Cool. So then we're gonna update this entire thing. Then we're gonna update, so this is gonna be DT, and to do that we just use it like this, update DT. And then when we need to render things, we're gonna use render context. This is gonna be this pop-up render. So the problem here is that we don't know like when to switch the states, right? So we're switching the state of the tutorial when we shot this thing for the first time. So is it gonna be like that? So we need to do the following thing. The tutorial needs to know the state of the game. That's kind of the problem. It needs to know the state of the game. So we can do something like player moved, and player shot. What's the past of shoot? Shot? I think it shot. Right, and essentially, if this state is in tutorial state learning movement, we are incrementing this state. If player shot, and we are in the middle of learning shooting, we do the state +1. Yes, that's basically what we do. So we're basically gonna signal all of these actions that the player does, and that will advance the tutorial. That will essentially advance the tutorial. Okay, but it's not as easy as I may think. So once it advances the tutorial, it should also set the pop-up, right? So this pop-up text tutorial messages, and they will depend on the current state, right? They will depend on the current state. So now, look, this one is going to be pretty cool. So we have tutorial state, and then we can have tutorial messages. It's also going to be frozen object, right? It's going to be all frozen object, and essentially tutorial state. Tutorial state. So the first one is going to be WASD to move, left mouse click to shoot. So this is basically what we have here, and to be fair, this should be just an array. Can I actually freeze an object? Maybe not. So chat. I don't know JavaScript. Is it possible to freeze array? Or do I have to do array freeze? JavaScript freeze array. Freeze an array in JavaScript. Put it in the freezer. Okay. Yes, freeze should work for arrays. Cool. So it should be just object. Array is an object under the code. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So learning movement 0 is that, learning shooting, left mouse click to shoot. Okay, so, and tutorial messages. So this has to be a tutorial message, and this has to be a tutorial message. And we're setting actually a thing here, tutorial message. this state. There we go. So that's what we have here. So this is the whole tutorial. It's pretty straightforward. This is the whole tutorial, and maybe then, once we actually finished everything, we can set it to nothing, right? Once we set it to nothing, nothing is happening and we don't display anything at all. But what's interesting is that we need to fade out this entire stuff. We need to fade it out. Right, we need to fade out when we switch. This one is difficult because, okay, you put a tutorial like that, you put a message here, and then you trigger fade in, right? You trigger fade in. But then, when the time has come to move to something else, we'll have to fade out. We need to fade out, and we only have to switch to this thing after we finished the fade out. And you know what? I think I know how to do that. We can have callbacks, can't we not? I think that's a pretty cool way to do that, you know? All right. So essentially it's going to be you start fade out and then on, and it's going to be such a pain in the ass because how do you access this up above? So this one is going to be very painful, that's for sure. This is going to be very painful, but that also changes. Yeah, I see. This one is hard. This one is hard. I don't know how to easily solve it. Because what I want... Let me actually draw that. It's hard and it's interesting at the same time. So, and I'm thinking how to not turn all of that into spaghetti, right? It's easy to switch between the states, right? So it's easy to switch between the states. You have actually several states. So we have learning, movement. Then you have learning shoot, and then you have finished, right? And you have this state machine, right? So you have these states, and you start in this state. So this is the start somewhere here. Then you switch to this state, and then you switch to the finish state. What's interesting is that while you are in this state, you're starting to play this animation of showing the sign, but you're already in that state. Then you switch into that state, and you need to start playing the animation of fading out the previous sign and showing the next sign. And this switching the state sort of lags behind between the actual switching states. So I don't know how to achieve that. So promises maybe. So, but it's pretty much essential, like pretty close to. Just use Unreal Engine. So that means we have to actually reset. Okay. We can introduce something like this. We can distinguish when we finished fading out and not fading out. So essentially we can have callback on faded out, so it's going to be undefined, and unfaded in, so we have these kind of things. And now, so we can do the following things. If this on faded out, so we are going back, so it was negative, we're going back, not equal undefined. If it's not equal to undefined, we're just gonna call on faded out like this. So this is what we're gonna call, and similarly we're gonna have on faded in. So yep, essentially you can now switch the states and whatnot. All right, so we're switching that state. We say it fade out, and then this pop-up on faded out. What you want to do there? You want to set a function. Undefined is not a function. Yes, classic. Fade in, faded in. What? I don't know where it happened. Doesn't matter. You're interrupting my flow of thoughts. All right. So, and the thing here is that once that happened, you want to reset this stuff to something else. So first of all, you want to increment this thing. But the problem is that if you try to call it like that, so it's going to be, yeah, and if I try to do this, to which this it will refer? So that's the main question, to which this will refer. Does anyone know? Do we have any professional JavaScript developers? Because I'm only learning JavaScript, so to which this it will refer? To, yeah. This is not what I'm asking. I'm asking a completely different thing. So we'll capture this from outside. So I want to refer to this pop-up. How can I refer to this pop-up from this function? This will refer to tutorial, really? Arrow functions and regular, it doesn't answer my question. So how do I refer to this pop-up? Will this refer to this pop-up? I just need to access this pop-up. Okay, thank you, it will work, sure. Okay, and then I set the text to tutorial messages, this state. And what's interesting is that this state may change. So that means I need to cache it, I think. Cached state. Cached state. So it's going to be this state. So then it's going to be cached state. So we set the text and then we do pop-up pop-up fade in. Okay, cool. Pop-up fade in. So I'm pretty sure I need to cache it because it then may super quickly change. So people say that I made some sort of a mistake somewhere on fade in, fade out. I have no idea if I made. Faded in, faded out. Where did I make a mistake? Where did I make a typo? I don't see any typo. Fade in. Where? I don't see, literally don't see any typo. You're trolling me. I'm telling you, you're trolling me. Okay, so yeah, let's actually remove this pop-up. Well, what's funny is that it will usually highlight it as incorrect on faded out. Well, okay, so that's cool. Yeah, there's literally no mistake in here. So yeah, just trolling me. Okay, so I'm not gonna listen to them. Okay. So here is the similar situation, right? It's a similar situation, except we have to use, well, yeah, we literally have to use the same thing. So this pop-up fade out. Then And what's funny is that it will actually redirect that one. Or will it? Do we really need to cache that? Wait a second. Huh. I have an interesting idea. Wait a second. I think I don't need to do anything here. I think I only need to set it here. Oh my god. This could be the most genius thing I've come up with. All right. So... yeah. Huh. So you fade in, and then when you switch the state, you fade out, and when it's faded, completely faded out, it will trigger the next one. But if you actually trigger several of them, it will still work. So it will even effectively skip between. Oh my god, this is so genius! I love this. All right. Well, technically, I don't know if it's gonna work officially, but we are about to find out. So we have a pop-up, we have everything here, so it should be working correctly. Now, so we don't need a pop-up in here. We don't need a pop-up in here, but we do need a tutorial in here. So it's gonna be tutorial, new tutorial. So, and I think tutorial doesn't accept anything special in there. So, alright, so if I have a velocity equal to 0, maybe I'm not gonna do that anymore here. So this doesn't matter here. So we're moving around, and if you pressed any of the key, let's actually assume that if you pressed any of the key, you're gonna be alright. Alright, so that means in here tutorial, player moved, we always do it like that. It actually has to be this, right? So it has to be this tutorial and this tutorial, and then in here we're also gonna say player shot, right? And according to its state machine, everything should work correctly, maybe. We are about to find out. That's a very interesting state machine, and I'm pretty sure something's gonna break. Something's definitely gonna break. So let me close everything. But I really want to have this kind of style of tutorial. I don't know why. Maybe it's just bike shedding. Okay, so something broke. Let's take a look at the log. Cannot read a property update of undefined. Okay, game update, and yeah, 174 pop-up update. Yeah, that makes sense. The compiler just told me, believe it or not. So this is something I was thinking about, by the way. So I keep saying that it's kind of not possible to have compiler-assisted refactoring in dynamic languages, but at the same time it kind of is, because basically the compiler-assisted refactoring moves from compile time to runtime. It's just you need to know what execution paths to hit. So compilation just makes it easier because it effectively hits all of the execution paths simultaneously and checks everything simultaneously. While in a dynamic language, you have to specifically go there and double check everything. So yeah. So here's the tutorial. And do I have this tutorial in other place? Yeah, there we go. Especially when I render. Yeah, there we go. Here's a pop-up, and I have to replace it with tutorial. Alrighty, so is it gonna work now? Yep, it worked. Oh shit, it didn't work. Okay, so this one is interesting. When I refresh everything, it automatically registers that as the as the thing. So what I need to do here is a slightly different stuff. Let me do something like this. Moved false, moved true. Right, and then if moved tutorial player moved this tutorial player moved, I'm gonna remove that, and let's refresh. Okay, so this is how the game starts. WSD to move, you move around, then left mouse to shoot, and there we go. So it has a state machine, and we can even at some point detect that the player has learned everything, and we can start throwing enemies at the player, right? So the only thing we need to do, we just need to check the state of the tutorial. If the state of the tutorial is equal to finished, right? So we will have the finished here. Yeah, if it's equal to finished, that's the point we can start throwing enemies at the player. And on top of that, I think the pop-up should be a little bit faster, right? So let me take a look. Here's the tutorial pop-up, because it's too slow. It's too slow. So it's right now it's 1 tutorial pop-up speed. Right. So right now it's 1. So let's actually put it somewhere here. So it's going to be const tutorial pop-up speed is going to be 1. Here it is. Now I can speed it up, so now it's going to be twice as fast. Maybe twice as fast is too much. How about 1.5? Well, I'm just realizing that I don't really know what it means. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, cool. So, let's see. 1.7. Sure. You think 1.7? It should be slightly slow for dramatic effect. Well, maybe 1.7 is actually not bad. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Okay. So what do we do here? Perfection. Okay, sure. Why specifically 1.7? What's so special about 1.7? Okay. Finish the tutorial. Okay, so I want to do a little bit of refactoring. So this kind of thing is called player radius, right? So it's a player radius. Can I just query replace player radius? And the problem is that I'm not sure. Yeah, now I need to go through all of the sort of like execution path and find all the places where we did that thing. Oh, wait a second, I'm logging console. Oh, I'm still logging all of the bullets. Okay, so here's one place where this happens. It happens at 157. Yeah, it's a player radius. Okay, so another one in console is going to be here. So you see, it's a compiler-assisted refactoring. I'm literally doing compiler-assisted refactoring right now. So I'm just running the program, see where it fails, and renaming things accordingly. So you see, it's possible in dynamic languages, and I didn't even need TypeScript. So player radius. So let me see. Okay, so did I have anything in console? I think everything's okay now. Yeah. So what's interesting is that, look. You move around and you shoot and it didn't even show everything. Look. So if you start moving around and shooting, the tutorial won't even show anything anymore. It's a very smart tutorial, I'm telling you. Like, it's so... This is why I was thinking about it so much. I wanted this kind of level of perfect system. Once you just start doing things, it won't show you anything anymore. Seriously. That's how cool it is. Right, you move around and then it will show you this thing, and yeah, there we go. That's so fucking cool. That's why it took me so much time to figure it out. So yeah. What if you should then move? Well, it's waiting for you to actually learn moving first. Alrighty. You like JS now? Yeah, I'm like using JS for the first time. I never used it before. I thought it's just, you know, that Zoomer technology that everyone's talking about, but in fact it's gonna die in 5 years. But apparently it's so cool. Yeah. yeah, I'm gonna actually like switch from C to JavaScript now and use JavaScript for all my project from now. Thank you everyone who suggested to try out JavaScript. I really appreciate it because I didn't regret it. It's a beautiful language. Yes, I'm gonna start using it from now on. Oh my god. I told you it's cool. Yeah, thank you, Anna Bot. You were the main one who actually pushed me to switch to JavaScript, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, so what are we gonna do here? I need to, yeah, I want to do a committee here. Const speed. All right, so it's gonna be player speed. So, and let's do another compiler assisted refactoring. Compiler assisted refactoring. CoffeeScript went. CoffeeScript B-Boomer clap. Who remembers CoffeeScript, by the way? Holy shit. Oh shit, this thing is alive. Oh, what the fuck? It's alive. Oh my god. It's fucking alive. It actually kills my performance. Look at that. Why is it so slow? Wait a fucking second. This page is so slow. Why is it so slow? CoffeeScript B-Boomer clap. I remember. Who remembers CoffeeScript? That's so cool. Why do you need JavaScript if you use TypeScript? What? I'm using JavaScript. What are you talking about? All right. So let me see. Yeah, because it's written in CoffeeScript. I see. Very funny chat, very funny. Almost 300 lines of JavaScript. Isn't that amazing? I think it's good. And fucking amazing, mate. Alrighty. Soon I'm gonna become a Google engineer. Yes, that's what I wanted my entire life. Yeah, I wanted to just rename a couple of variables. So let me see. This is not what I wanted to open. I wanted to open this thing. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I see. Sorry, what? 169, by the way. So this one is a player speed. Another one. Do we need that anywhere else? I don't think we need that anywhere else. Yeah. You just move around, then you shoot, and everything's okay. So another thing I wanted to do, I actually wanted to replace red with something a little bit better. So first of all, I want to query replace just red with player color, right? Something like this, and we're gonna introduce this thing, player color, and I'm not gonna just use red. I'm gonna use a better red from Gruber Darker, right? So everything here is Gruber Darker themed. So no, okay, a red. So I'm gonna use one of those. I think this one should be cool. So I'm gonna just put it here. And well, yeah, it's a little bit darker, but it's yeah, maybe about what about this one? I think this one could be a little bit better. Yeah, this one is a little bit better. Cool. Change the color of the player. We'll push that right at the ribbon. By the way, so you can find the source code in here. And so the live demo should be available at sodding.org ZZZWE. And it actually takes a couple of minutes to deploy it. So it uses GitHub pages to deploy the demo. So you probably have to wait a little bit before you can use it at sodding.org ZZWE. It's just soon. Don't worry about it. Soon we're gonna implement it. Alright, so now we have this shit. So I guess the next step is going to be implementing the enemies, right? So we need to implement the enemies. How can we implement the enemies? npm install aids. Wait a second. npm js. It's already taken. Wow. shit, okay. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my god, thank you. Anyone. Holy fucking shit. That's a perfect name for this library, not gonna lie. Okay. If you only... That's very fun. Okay, let's continue. Now, so what do we have? Yeah, let's introduce the enemy. So here's the bullet and enemy. Enemy spotted. Okay, constructor. And so the position is going to be, so basically you only need to initialize the player with the enemy with the position, right? So that's it. So then we're gonna be able to render this entire thing and also update. So here's the very simple thing. So the enemy is going to have a very simple logic, very simple AI. It's basically going to slowly follow the player. That's what it's going to do. So, and because of that, to update the enemy, you also have to provide the player position. Something like follow pose, right? So follow pose, follow position. All right, so now, so we can also mark it as dead, right? Dead, and initially it's not dead, it's actually false. So dead. And then we'll be able to mark it as dead, and then the next iteration will remove all of the dead enemies and whatnot. Now, so when we're updating everything, I'm taking my actually follow position, right? So this is the follow position, and it's subtracting my position, the position of the entity. So then, what I'm doing, I'm normalizing this entire thing, and I'm scaling this to the enemy speed, right? And that gives me the velocity of this entire stuff. So it's going to be let vel, let's just call it vel, there we go. So, and once we've done that, we do this pose, actually this vel, we might as well do it something like that. Scale to the enemy speed, and then we can scale it to dt yet again. We might actually multiply it like that, so I think it's a little bit better. Right, and then we can take this position and add this velocity and save it back to this position, right? So this position, cool. And when we're rendering everything, I want to fill circle, right? So I want to fill the circle. And I'm using context, this position, then enemy radius, then enemy color, and I need to specify all of these constants in here. So let's quickly specify them. The enemy speed should be like half of the player speed, I think, and we can define it like that: player speed divided by 2. So we're going to define constant in terms of each other. The radius, it's a good question. What should be the radius of the enemy? So maybe it's going to be player radius. Alright, and the enemy color is going to be, I think, something bluish. Let me pick something. It could be something like this, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe something like this. So there we go. So we have an enemy with a very simple logic and everything. Okay. So yeah, what I'm thinking right now, I want to spawn a single enemy, right? So we have bullets, and I'm gonna also introduce enemies. So it's gonna be a list of enemies, nothing special, right? So it's just a list of enemies. And when we're updating everything, we also wanna update the enemies. Right, and when we're rendering everything, we also want to be able to render enemies. So this one is incorrect. And so this is going to be enemy Oh my god, I made so many mistakes, god damn it. I should have actually typed it from scratch. Okay, this player position, okay. Alright, so enemy, so then I can take the enemy, and then I'm gonna do a render, and then I'm gonna provide the context. Cool, that's pretty cool. Now, what I wanna do, I wanna try to spawn a single enemy. So we're gonna spawn it where? I'm gonna push new enemy, and the position is gonna be around. So it has to be width and height, but let's do something like 80 by 60. So this is roughly the position of the enemy. Yeah, so that's cool. The runtime will tell. Yeah, exactly. Cool. And something went wrong. Let's take a look at the runtime. A is not a oh my god, classic 38. You see, the runtime told me. You don't have to worry about that. Cannot read property x of undefined. That's really strange. So enemy update. This pose. Why is this undefined? Velocity is undefined. Did I forget to define something? Undefined is not a function, exactly. Okay, so x is undefined. A big hairy woman, thank you so much for 2 months of Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, and welcome to Epic Web Development Club. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. Oh yeah, velocity is actually, okay, I see. All right, oh shit, oh fuck. What the fuck are they doing? Wait a second. MoonKTOS? But yeah. So... So I think it should be actually like a third of the player. So it should be even slower. Yeah, it's a third. Yeah, now it's a third. They're making babies. Alright, yeah. So that's basically what's going on here. Oh, and by the way, I think the tutorial has to be rendered on top of all of them. That's kind of important. So that's very important. So let's render it on top of that. So yeah. So cool. Now we need to be able to kill the enemies. So let's see how we can do that. So when we're updating the enemies, we can also do the following thing. So here's the updating the bullets, and then these enemies filter enemy not dead. So not dead, and then we reset these enemies. There we go. Cool. So this is the bullet update, and this is enemy update, and maybe on top of that we can do an interaction between bullets and enemies. So that means we need to iterate through each individual bullet and through each individual enemy, and so on and so forth. And let me see how we can do that. So yeah, we can try to do this kind of interaction before updating bullets and enemies, because then it will remove all of them. So let's do it like this. Let I 0, I less than... I forgot how to take the length of the array. Does anyone remember? JavaScript length of array. Array length property. It's just length. Okay, it's just literally property. Okay, so that means I can do bullets, this bullets length plus I, and then we can do. Maybe I don't even have to do it like that. You know what? Maybe I can just iterate through each of the enemy, and then through each of the bullets. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think this is the easiest way to do that. So essentially, if the enemies intersect with each other, so right, so the distance between their positions, so we can take something like enemy position and take the distance between bullet position, and if that distance, right, if that distance is less or equal than bullet radius plus enemy radius, that means we have to kill both of them, right? We need to go to the enemy and set that to true, and then we can go to the bullet and set its lifetime to 0. It will automatically kill this entire thing. So that's going to be the way we handle all of that. But we need to implement distance between two vectors, right? So first let's quickly do that. So it's going to be distance, and we're going to put that here. So essentially what you do, you take this and subtract that and take the length of it, right? And this is basically the distance. So yep. So now when a bullet interacts with an enemy, right, it interacts with an enemy, it will kill the enemy completely. Hopefully, we'll see. And something broke. It killed the whole application, so that's very interesting. Enemy pose dist is not defined. Really? Why is it not defined? So there is a pose, and when I do a new enemy, I create a new vector too. So how is it not defined? Excuse me. That is really strange. That's not a message though. Wait. Dist is not a function. What did I do wrong? I don't understand. Length is a property. No, it's a function. Here it is. It's a function. Oh, it's a keyword. Now we were talking. Okay, so that's a better way of describing that. Okay, so we can rename it to Landon. Finally, somebody actually managed to explain their thoughts well. Okay, so let me try to find the places where we use length as a function. Okay, so that should be all right. Okay, so that worked. Yeah, it is apparently a keyword. Yeah, believe it or not, I cannot believe that either. But I mean, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, so now you can kill the enemies, but that's kind of boring, right? What about when you kill an enemy, we also spawn a bunch of particles that move in different directions or whatnot, right? So that could be also pretty interesting. So yeah, let's actually do this, something like this. Introduce a single enemy. Right, introduce a single enemy. I'm going to push that right into the repo. You can check everything here. All right, so the source code and the demo should be automatically deployed. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Right, and yeah, let's actually introduce some particles. So we can have a single particle, but to be fair, yeah, on top of that, for the particles, we also need to keep track of their lifetime because they're going to be going in different directions. And yeah, after some time, they also should die. Yeah, so it's going to be class particle, and you do constructor, and you can introduce a velocity and a position. So that's pretty straightforward. This pose, and then a simple velocity. So, and of course, we can have just a render, which takes the context, and then we can take update, which takes this thing. And when we're rendering the context, I just want to fill the circle, right? So I'm filling the circle. The position, I just use the position, particle, particle, right? And I want to define these things here. So these are going to be the constants. Const particle. Const. So the radius is going to be like around 10. We can always, you know, change that. And the color could be the enemy color. Why not? So basically, the enemy is dying, so that the color. That's the color of the particle. And when we're updating everything, essentially we're just doing pose equal pose. Add, then velocity scale by dt. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So we can also introduce lifetime. So, and lifetime, what's going to be the lifetime of this thing? I think lifetime could be also introduced via the constructors. So the reason why I'm introducing all of that via constructors is because I want to have a little bit of variation on the lifetime and stuff like that. Maybe we also may have a variation on the radius. So let's introduce that as well. So this is going to be the radius. So, and we're not going to have a particle radius, but maybe we're going to have like a particle upper bound for the radius. So that could be cool as well, this radius. Okay, that's interesting. So, and here's what we can have. We can have a function, particle burst, right? So it should accept particles. It should accept particles as an array. So it accepts the reference, not pointer, the reference to array of particles. Right, and essentially we're going to be iterating through particles count, so how many particles we create, and we're going to just be pushing more particles into that array, right? So it's going to be new particle. But what's interesting is that we also have to specify the center, right, where we are making the particle burst. All right, so it's a good question. So where are we making the particle burst? So they all start from this particular position. So this is the center. So this is the center. But we also want to be able to construct particles based on their based on the magnitude and the angle. So we also want to have particle count. So let's put the particle count somewhere here. So it's going to be around 10. So every time we're going to like put 10 particles out there. So yeah. So V3, there's only one constructor. Is it possible to have several constructors for V3? I'm not sure. All right. So I can do something like this. Radial vector. Yeah, it's called radial vector. Sure. Radial v2. So what it will accept? It will accept angle. Magnitude in direction. So this is what it accepts. It accepts magnitude in direction. And the way we construct all of that is going to be new vector 2. And it's going to be math sine of the direction. So wait a second. Sine is y. So it means this one has to be cosine. Cosine multiplied by magnitude, then mass sine magnitude. So there we go. So we can construct a vector based on the magnitude and direction. Cool. So in the particles, does JavaScript have named arguments? Is that a thing in JavaScript? JavaScript named arguments. Polar coordinates, yes, query replace, query replace radial polar. Thank you so much. Okay. Named arguments. If they provide named arguments, well, I mean, I guess you can do that through an object, right? So we can just basically accept an object. Yeah, that's basically what they said. So that means it doesn't support them. All right, so here's the center. Velocity is going to be basically polar v3, and in polar v3 we accept magnitude first, and magnitude should be a random thing between two floats. Okay, JavaScript random. JavaScript random. So there's just this random. Do we have like a random flow floats? I probably need to go somewhere here. Okay, math random. So there's just rand and there's also random. Okay, so that means we'll have to do some stuff. We'll have to do some stuff. So if I multiply this thing by 100, right? So it's always going to be like between 0 and 100, right? So, well, yeah, around 0 and 100. And I wonder if I multiply it by like 60, is it going to be always between, yeah. Essentially, if I want to do, yeah, between certain ranges, right? I can do math random. Was it just, yeah, it was just random. Particle magnitude, right, there we go, so the particle magnitude, and the direction is going to be math random multiplied by 2 multiplied by math pi. Cool, but we need to also introduce particle magnitude. So particle magnitude, and there we go, particle magnitude. So what is it going to be? It's going to be as fast maybe as player, so it's probably going to be like a bullet speed fast. Yeah, it's going to be bullet speed fast. Bullet speed fast. All right, so another thing, so we're going to have a lifetime. We're going to have a lifetime, and it's essentially going to be math random particle lifetime, and the particle lifetime is going to be around like 1 second, I think. So it's going to be 1 second. Particle 1 second, and the radius is going to be like math random particle radius. Particle radius. Okay, const particle radius is going to be. I already have it. It's 10. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So that gives us like a burst of particles. It gives us like this count. I might as well actually do a pretty cool thing. Probably I can probably multiply it by random here as well, and yeah, so that will have different amount of particles every time as well. So that's pretty cool. Alrighty. So now we need to introduce the particle array for the game, right? For the game. So we have this thing, and let's introduce particles. Particle C. It's an empty array. Cool. Then I'm gonna just be duplicating this entire stuff. Maybe it's better to duplicate the bullet because it will make it easier to just copy paste this entire stuff. So single bullet, and we are replacing it with particle. Cool. So now when I'm rendering things, right, I'm just copy pasting this entire stuff like this. Particle. You know what's cool is that we can probably introduce a function called render entities. Let me show you what I mean. So it's going to be something like function render entities. Entities, and we can exploit the dynamicness of the language. So essentially for let entity of entities, right, of entities, you just do entity render, and you also want to actually do something like context, but it's not gonna work really well if the rendering of the entity may require additional context from the game. So in this way you can do something like render entities. So what does it accept? It accepts context first. Okay, context, these bullets, right, and then you can literally just remove all of that, seriously. Just bullets, particles, several of them, and then enemies. There we go. So, and probably you can do something similar with updating. Yeah, but updating enemy will require additional context, but yeah, so this is what we can do here. At some point you will be able to squash a lot of code in here, but yeah, so we're under entities. There we go. Okay, so when you're killing an entity, right? So when you're killing an entity, first of all, you need to, I think it's quite important to double check that enemy is not dead already. So if it's not dead, and this is condition is true, then we do particle burst, right? It's a particle burst. It accepts the particle, these particles, and the place where it accepts them is the position of the enemy. Okay, enemy. I'm really sorry for the small font, but I just want to fit everything in the screen. Alright, so that should be it. So this is the entire logic, but of course I made some mistakes somewhere, so it's probably not going to work first try. So, well, that was kind of interesting. Did it work? Well, it kind of worked, actually. Wait a fucking second, it worked. So we just need more particles. So let's actually say around 50. And they're too small. They're too small. So probably I can. Yeah, this is radius shit. Let's add one maybe. Why are you learning JavaScript? Because I want to work at Google, so that's why I'm learning it. So we can add like 10. This could be a pretty interesting hack. That's not bad. That's also not bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, it could be better. Now enemies push, and we're gonna remove this entire thing. All right, so the time has come for the monumental moment. You have math random inside loop condition. Yes. Oh yeah, okay, so that's actually a good point. So let's do something like const n. Yeah, I thought it's gonna be calculated only once. I've been programming in Ada recently, and actually this kind of stuff is calculated only once in Ada. Alright, so... But yeah, I already removed the enemy, whatever. So, let me see. So now when the tutorial is finished, right, so the tutorial is in the phase finished. We need to start spawning enemies, right? We need to start spawning enemies. If this tutorial state equal tutorial state finished, right? Tutorial state finished. We should start spawning enemies, and we need to start spawning them outside of the screen. So this one could be kind of interesting. We don't really necessarily have to spawn them outside of the screen. We need to spawn them maybe from a particular radius of the from the player, right? From a particular radius of the player, or maybe from a particular radius of the screen. So that could be a thing as well. I want to make a small break actually. Small break SB 2 minutes. Small break. Okay. And yeah. Right. Let's make a small break. And you guys have fun. After the break, we're gonna continue working on it, and we're gonna finish this simple game. And yeah. Yo, what's up? Hello everyone, welcome back. How are you doing today? So we've got some game to finish. Cheers. Alright, so what do we got? Tutorial state, tutorial finished, and so essentially we want to have like a timeout for the for spawning the players, right? For spawning the enemies. So if this enemy spawn cooldown less or equal than 0, we want to spawn a new enemy, right? So, and after we spawn an enemy, spawn maybe this spawn enemy, right? Then we can reset the cooldown to enemy spawn cooldown, like this, and that's pretty much it. Yes. We just reset it to spawn cooldown, and then we spawn a new enemy, and so on and so forth. So we can also increase the rate, so basically decrease the cooldown over time. So that could be another interesting thing, but not for now. So for now, I'm gonna just introduce this constant, enemy spawn cooldown, and they're gonna be spawning every 5 seconds around, right? So, and now let's go to the game and introduce spawn enemy function. Let me see how we're gonna do that. Right, so it's gonna be spawn enemy. Cool. And the thing is, we need to actually spawn it from a particular distance from the player, right? So we take the player position, and maybe. Right, we also need to decide on the direction, from which direction the enemy will start coming. So we need to decide the some sort of a magnitude, right? A random magnitude. Let's call it direction. So it's gonna be math random multiplied by 2 multiplied by math.pi. That chooses like a random direction. Around. So, and after that, I can choose a vector. Yeah, I can create a polar vector 2. I keep forgetting what does it take first. I think it takes the magnitude, right? It takes the magnitude. So enemy spawn distance. So this is the magnitude, and this is the direction, right? So this is the vector. Do you use any external libraries? No. I use vanilla.js. Okay, distance is gonna be, let's say around like, I don't know, if it's like around 1000, so 100,000 like this. But it should be actually, it should depend on the resolution, but I couldn't be bothered to do that, so I think it's just easier to do it like that. So the player position, and essentially what I want to do here, I want to add this polar coordinate there, right? I'm going to add this polar coordinate there, and this is the position at which I need to spawn an enemy. So if I take a look at the class enemy, I should only provide the position. So enemy like this, and then I can push this to the array of enemies, so like this. And there we go. So that spawns a new enemy every 5 seconds. But maybe every 5 seconds is actually too slow. Wait, yeah, so it is correct place. So let's actually do something like 2 seconds, every 2 seconds. Okay, so let's see how miserably it fails. Alright, so... And it should start spawning enemies, but I don't see any enemies. So let me take a look at the console. Are they so far away? It feels like they're so far away. Okay, so let's actually make the distance 100. Okay, that's very strange. So cooldown. Let me take a look at the cooldown. Oh, I think I never actually introduced this thing here. Cooldown is initially 0. All right, so wait. Uh-huh. Spawn cooldown. Let me take a look at console. Oh, yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. Yes, perfect. Now, distance. Let's say 150, and let's actually spawn them every second. Oh shit. Okay, I've got an idea actually. Holy fuck. Okay. So when the particle is dying, when the particle becomes closer to its zero. So where's the class particle? Class particle. Yeah. So when I'm rendering it, I can take its lifetime, and I know that there's a maximum particle lifetime. Right, so that means I can do the following thing. I can take this lifetime and divide it by maximum particle lifetime. Right, and that gives me some sort of an alpha that I can use. And I want to multiply alpha by that stuff, but unfortunately particle color is not really cooperating super well. So is it possible to parse colors in JavaScript? JavaScript parse color. So for example, if I have a color and I want to apply a certain alpha to it, or is there like a color transformation? I think there should be some sort of a color transformation. CSS color transparency. I actually typed it incorrectly, but I know. Image opacity. So you already have a color. How can you modify it? Is the color modifiable by itself? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Translucent. It doesn't answer my question. Okay. Image opacity, transparency, translucency. CSS filter. Okay, so CSS filter color. I'm pretty sure that's not what I want. Yeah, that's not what I want. Constructing. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Whew. All right. So okay. Let's actually go with JavaScript modify color string. How to change the nah. No. Oh boy, this is so painful, and such a obvious thing is so inconvenient to do. Oh my god. Holy shit. Implement your out. Oh, you mean own color class. Is it, Columbet, are you sure there's no other like better way? Like I have a color as a string, and there's no other better way for me to modify one of its components except like actually parse and shit, or at least have a color class. That will require rewriting everything. I don't want to do that. So really there's no other way? Holy, it's... Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. Color replace? Color replace? What? Wait. Why color has replace? Color replace? What? Okay. Alright, so whatever. So that means I have to transform this entire thing to hex. Does it at least support hexadecimal literals in the color? Oh, particles. Such a dumb language, holy fuck. I'm not even sure if I can do this kind of shit. So, and I don't want to convert them to decimal. Okay, so, and this is where we're gonna have our alpha. And it's probably not gonna even work, so I'm pretty sure, so I'll have to convert it manually. Come on. It didn't work. It uses the same color, yeah, because I used the incorrect one, enemy color. Yeah, I should have used enemy color. But I did use enemy color. I did use enemy color and it's still not correct. So that means it rendered it incorrectly. So, all right. Missing where? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, come on, show me the enemy. Ah, I hate it. It's not even good for what it's designed for, seriously. I'm legit surprised. This language is not even good for what it's designed for. Holy shit. Okay. Nice. So essentially, yeah, it just, you know, goes away and stuff like that. Holy fuck. Nice. So, and you know, the next thing I want to do, I want to actually keep increasing their rate, right? So their initial rate is going to be what? Is going to be what? So the enemy lifetime, then, right? Oh, where's my water? Where's my water? I'm so tired. Excuse me. Now, let's see. The lifetime, it's not really lifetime. Spawn cooldown. So initially it will start at some particular rate. Yeah, so let's actually start with like 1 second. I think 1 second, around 1 second is actually quite good. And let's go there. So enemy spawn cooldown, enemy spawn rate, and it's initially this, right? It's initially this, and then we reset this entire thing like that. We reset this entire thing like that. And what's interesting is that every time we are respawning, right, we set the enemy cooldown to rate, right, and we decrement it a little bit. So essentially we do that, then minus, let's say we're gonna decrement it by 1, but maybe on top of that I want to actually have like a maximum between 0, 0, 1. So over time they will increase their rate, you know what I mean? Right, but they're not gonna go below a particular threshold. So they're not gonna go below a particular threshold. So that's gonna be the thing. Alright, so first of all, they're not gonna start spawning until you, you know, went through the tutorial. So first you need to learn how to move, then how to shoot. And once you start, you know, shooting, they start spawning, and the more you shoot them, the faster they should, like, over time start spawning. Let's actually play a little bit. Should be pretty straightforward. Yeah. I wonder if they're increasing. I wonder if the rate actually increasing. Maybe it is. Well, I mean, oh shit. Okay, that's interesting. Fuck. Well, yeah, it's actually becoming fucking difficult. Okay. All right. So, fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it so sudden? Holy shit. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. I like that. Alright, wait a second. So right now you cannot die. You cannot die. What the fuck, it's so cool. Alright, wait a second. So what did we introduce here specifically? Implement enemy spawning. Right, I'm gonna push that right into the repo. So, yeah. You cannot die, so it would be actually pretty cool to also count how many like enemies you killed, and also die when like a particular amount of enemies collided with you. Right, so basically enemies can die also by colliding with you, right? But when they collide with you, they also take off a little bit of your health. It would be kind of cool to implement something like that, but I'm already streaming for 5 hours and I'm already extremely tired, so yeah. So I'm gonna call it a day. So you can check out the source code of the project that we're developing here, like by this link. You can check out the source code, and you also can play the live demo, right, which is automatically deployed. So the actual version, the relevant version, should be available within a couple of minutes because it needs some time to redeploy it and stuff like that. But yeah, so this is a game that is implemented in purely in vanilla.js. But it's missing some of the features. Maybe at some point we're gonna get back to it and implement them all. But I've already spent like 5 hours on that. So yeah. I'm pretty sure this game will be impossible to beat, but yeah, that's pretty cool. And I'm super proud of the tutorial, by the way. I'm super proud of the tutorial, right? So it just teaches you, and then it starts throwing enemies at you. So yeah, this is my first experience with JavaScript. What do you guys think? Did I learn JavaScript well? Will I be eligible for becoming a Google engineer at some point with this knowledge of JavaScript? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, but unfortunately, boys and girls, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. Really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're gonna be doing probably C++ or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we're gonna come up with something else. Also, check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. We stream almost every day. Also, check out our VODs channel where we upload the recordings of our streams. This stream is going to be there, but tomorrow. So if you're more comfortable with watching on YouTube, you can follow, you can subscribe there. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And while you're waiting for more epic sodding streams, how about we rate somebody? Who should we rate, boys and girls? Is anyone streaming epic JavaScript? I'm now part of the JavaScript community. I want to rate my fellow JavaScript developers. Where can I find fellow JavaScript developers? Chat, please help me. So, who's developing JavaScript? Does anyone know? Alrighty. Yeah, I muted myself accidentally. By the way, my game works faster than Twitch website. All right. So who should we rate? Unity. Do we have any web developers? Huh? Do we have any web developers? I wanna rate my fellow web developers. Landing pages in WordPress. Yes, perfect. This is the person I want to raid. So since we did a web development today, we're gonna raid a web person. So, and I think WordPress person is the perfect candidate. Yeah, I'm now a web developer. So yeah, there we go. Need to network with my fellow web developer people. All right. WordPress. So what we're gonna have? Alrighty, boys and girls, get ready for the raid, and I see you all tomorrow. Love you all. Mwah. Oh shit, is that a German stream? Wait a second. Yeah, it's a German stream. We cannot raid a German stream because we don't speak German. So yeah, we need to raid somebody else. God damn it. I don't know who to raid. Do we have any web developers? Like, no WordPress. Yeah, no WordPress for you. Wait. There was JS. No, it's a Sean JS. Angular, Rustlang. Is it okay? Okay, is it English? So I may actually raid Angular. So okay, let's see what's going on is an English phrase, I'm pretty sure. I don't speak English though, so I cannot know for sure. But yeah, rewriting Angular in Rust, finally somebody's doing that. Have you considered writing your mom in Rust? Got him. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Come on, it's so slow. All right. Boys and girls, get ready for the raid. Get ready for the raid. I hope the raid will come through. Get ready for the raid. Get ready for the raid. And see you all tomorrow. Love you all. Second. Mwah.